for April 20th, 2026. As a reminder to viewers and listeners, due to the nature of tonight's meeting topic, public input is not accepted. However, you may contact the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/council-contacts and through the city clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. Sorry, my screen went. Okay. Our work session topics are economic mobility progress update and Greater Dubuque Development Corporation quarterly update. Attendance at tonight's session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Leindecker.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Staver.
Here.
Wethel.
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
And City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
I will turn it over to Community Impact and Neighborhoods Support Director, Antonio, how do you pronounce it?
Mozon.
Mozon. Sorry about that.
Thanks for asking. I appreciate that versus just messing it up. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good to hear. So we are here to talk about updates related to the Office of Economic Mobility and Neighborhood Support, specifically the Economic Mobility Initiatives. It is, I will say, it has been a year, a very eventful and exciting year, if you will. We've gone through a lot of transitions, right? We had AmeriCorps funding removed, and then we received AmeriCorps funding back. We've gone through absorbing the neighborhood support initiatives and now our economic mobility initiatives. But with all those transitions, I will say that I truly feel that the stars are finally aligned, right? It's like flying a plane and you're going through that turbulence and then you finally go through smooth sailing. And so right now we are very uniquely positioned to where we focus on community infrastructure and systems related to collaboration while also managing the internal resources to address a lot of our economic mobility efforts. And so with all the transitions going on, here is our North Star, our mission. I think that's important to note. What does this department do? And so our mission is to build a thriving, connected, and empowered community by aligning systems, removing barriers, and activating residents through engagement, service, and neighborhood-based initiatives that promote dignity and belonging, economic success, and power and autonomy for all residents within our community. Simply put, if you were in an elevator and someone asked, hey, what does this department do? Well, we align systems, remove barriers, and activate residents so everyone in our community has the opportunity to thrive. When we talk about a thriving community, this is our definition. When residents in our community experience and feel this sense of dignity and belonging, right, related to the data that we're going to share here today. When we have strong pathways to economic success for all residents, and when people in our community have access to resources and social capital, and power and autonomy to truly be invested and a part of the decision-making process. That is what cultivates a thriving community. And we use that definition when we work with community partners as all of us work to create a thriving community, right? We all have, as you all know, Dubuque is made up of a bunch of very passionate people, right? I think the last numbers I heard was we have almost 700 nonprofit organizations within the Dubuque community. It's a lot of passionate people. And with that requires champions in our community to really serve as those master dot connectors to help our community members experience a very efficient system with resources and help, but also to connect and maximize the resources that we currently have within our community as well. So within our department, we are all about partnerships and relationships. And so what we get to do is we get to work with different organizations, financial institutions, higher education, nonprofit organizations, all organizations that really contribute to the well-being of people. And we get to dive into the conversations and build those relationships so that we can connect those dots. What we know is that within our community, organizations independently operate usually out of this logic model meaning organizations have a problem, they have inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Does that make sense? And that creates the data, right? And so what we are leaning towards is from a community infrastructure lens. We are here to help support and spark this collective impact model. What does a Dubuque community look like when everyone has a very shared common agenda to cultivate a thriving community through healthcare, through education, through our nonprofit sector? What does it look like? What does the coordination look like when everyone has this shared sense of data within our community? What does it look like when everyone's having a conversation amongst this shared sense of data? We all get to coordinate and have this continued communication. What difference would that look like in our community, and what impact would that look like on the people who live in Dubuque? That's what this department serves as, is we serve as a backbone to continue to spark and support this community-wide collective impact model. You can call us the master dot connectors, right? During the first budget presentation, it was so poetically done. Ariel mentioned that Public Works is like the heartbeat, right? And I love that analogy. If you would say what part of the body we're like the veins that connect every single organ, right? Both internally within our internal systems as a department and externally in our community. Through our work here, we are really being intentional with identifying what types of changes would we like to see within our community. I think historically, we tend to live in this place where we look at disparities and we change policies and practices and we make decisions on where resources go, which is really, really smart strategy. But I would encourage us to really lean into the power of relationships, power dynamics, connections within the community. What does it look like when all of our residents know who each department is and know who each council member is? What does it look like when people are fully aware of how to connect with people in this room to advocate for their well-being and to create a life worth loving within our community? Ideally, we all are looking to get towards this mental model shift. The work that we are doing will require all of us to just think very differently about how we do people, right? The world is changing really, really fast. There's a lot of different things going on, and it is on local government to really be a part of the solutions to the problem. When I say we have to change our mental models, historically, organizations, I would say, create solutions a lot of the times without the people who are impacted the most being a part of the solution creation. And so what does it look like not just to invite people to the table to create a solution? What does it look like to create a brand new table that's truly co-constructed with the members who live here in Dubuque? So with that, I am going to turn it over to three-time Grammy Award winner. I told her I was going to do that. Corinne, she's awesome. Corinne.
Good evening. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I've had the honor of meeting a couple of you, but for those who I haven't met, my name is Corinne Rothblum, and exactly 3 months ago today, I joined the City of Dubuque as a special assistant for economic mobility. My position is one of 16 similar positions that is funded by the Gates Foundation through a grant to the International City-County Management Association, which is actually where I began my career almost 30 years ago, so I've sort of come full circle, to serve as sort of a peer cohort supporting community-wide initiatives to help address, and I should have advanced the slide, excuse me. I might need some technical assistance here. What am I doing wrong here, people? This way? That one. Okay, thank you. To support peer learning on how to really, as Antonio said, help all members of the community thrive. And this work really builds on the investments that the city and community partners have been making over the past years. starting with the Equitable Poverty Prevention and Reduction Plan that was adopted by the City Council in 2021 that launched the Office of Shared Prosperity and has gone through different evolutions. And now this work resides within the Office of Collective Impact and Community Support. But that work identified 8 sort of key determinants of poverty. And what really this next phase of the work is doing is building on that through the lens of an upward mobility framework. And this framework comes out of the research done by the Urban Institute, which has been a partner in a lot of these economic mobility and thinking about these issues for some time. And it really, as Antonio alluded to earlier, is trying to frame this in not just economic success, people being able to find work, but really feeling that everyone in the community has a sense of dignity and belonging, that they do have pathways to rewarding work, that they are able to achieve high-quality educational outcomes, that they have the opportunity to live in thriving and opportunity-rich neighborhoods and live in healthy environments and be engaged in governance processes. And that requires also that all residents feel that they have really a sense of power and agency in their community, that they are just as comfortable as probably the usual folks who show up at city council meetings, coming up to the microphone and sharing their perspective and really feeling that they are part of the local governance system here in the community. So Antonio also alluded to some of this in what he said, but really the guiding principles that are driving this work are around that sense of fairness and belonging. And it's really about thinking, how do you build on the really rich civic infrastructure that you have here in Dubuque? And that's one of the reasons I was drawn to come here. I'm from Washington, D.C., so moving to Iowa was not on my dance card originally, but you really, those almost 700 plus nonprofit organizations and all the faith-based organizations and the community members and the high level of volunteerism speak to what you have happening here. And there's a tremendous amount of work going on in all of those areas around improving affordable housing, improving pathways to good paying jobs, and ensuring that all kids have good educational outcomes. And yet, what I've heard over the conversations I've had over the past 3 months is that there are still some places where those dots are not connecting. And so, as Antonio said, our role is to sort of really help be more of that dot connector and to facilitate greater cross-sectoral collaboration, both within city government departments, but also across the rich and very dense and complicated network of organizations and volunteer groups that are doing this work day in and day out here in community. And all this is really based on data-driven decision-making. You know, you hear a lot about evidence-based decision-making, but it really is rooted in that. But complementing the data that Braden will speak to shortly with really understanding and unpacking that around what is the lived experience of community members who are impacted by some of these challenges, who are living below that poverty line, what is holding them back, and what can we really collectively do to better unlock those opportunities so that everyone has the chance to thrive here in Dubuque. And then really being very intentional about having a continuous learning culture in the city government and in the community writ large. So this is really just kind of reiterating a lot of what I just alluded to. So I won't reiterate that, except to say that, as Antonio said, I think part of this is it's a long game about having kind of a systems change and mental model shift in how we think about the work that we're doing. So that, for example, when a housing inspector is going out to see whether there is a mold or a lead problem in a household, they are also thinking about what else are they observing in that house? Are there other issues going on? Is there food in the refrigerator? I mean, they shouldn't be looking in people's refrigerators, but are they observing things, and do they feel that it is part of their role to also be mindful of that, to know who they can connect those issues that they've seen to the right resources, and that they have those networks to also be able to help facilitate those kinds of changes. So I wanted to just provide one very concrete and very small example of what this looks like. Early on in my time here, I met with Opening Doors. And a few weeks ago, the director of Opening Doors reached out to me and said, you know, one thing that really our residents could really use is just a simple map that shows them how they can get to the main service providing organizations that they are trying to access. And so working with the GIS team in the IT department of the city, Jessica sent me a list of the organizations that they rely on, and our GIS, whiz team put together this map that shows where those organizations are in relation to the Teresa Shelter in particular, where the bus routes are and where the bus stops are, to just make it easier for those people who are in need of accessing those resources to more easily access them. So there are a myriad of other low-hanging fruit and many other ways in which this kind of collaboration can manifest. But I thought this just gave a really small but very tangible example of what that can look like. So all of this is also grounded in thinking about what do we mean when we talk about community engagement. And this slide up here is one that was developed by the International Association for Public Participation, known as IAP2. And they think about community engagement and public participation along a continuum from inform, and of course there's a lot that the city needs to inform residents about changes that are happening, but then really thinking about how do we be more meaningfully engaged in consulting them and involving citizens in things that impact them and in collaborating with them. To the sort of the term that gets thrown around a lot these days is co-creating, co-design, but really having community residents, especially those that don't often have a seat at a lot of tables, to be involved in these conversations and shaping solutions to challenges. And IAP2 actually held its Midwest conference here just last week, and Mayor Kavanaugh very kindly found time to come speak there. And they will also be back again next year. But it was an opportunity to showcase some of the great work that's being done here in Dubuque around public participation, but also to be really part of that continuous learning culture. And that's what I think is the beauty of my position, is that I'm part of this cohort where we are constantly learning and engaging with each other to see, what are you seeing? How are you kind of adapting and bringing new ideas and new creative models to bear in building on already what is a very strong infrastructure here. So with that, I will turn it over to Braden to talk a little bit about what the data is telling us.
Good evening, Council. My name is Braden Daniels, data analyst with the IT department. I'm here to talk about what poverty looks like today in Dubuque. So first, we're just looking at poverty over time. And when we talk about the poverty rate, we really get two poverty rates from the Census Bureau. We get the 1-year poverty rate in yellow up there, which is what you'd expect. You collect data in a year and report it for that year. Helps us be more current, but we also get a 5-year poverty rate, which is a little bit less current, but a lot more precise. It lets us get more insight into smaller neighborhoods and populations that we otherwise wouldn't necessarily be able to collect enough data about. We did see this 1-year rate jumped about 6 points or 5 points between 2023 and 2024. Around where it was in 2019, and we saw the 5-year rate reflect some of that, jumping from 12.16 to 12.7. We might also expect to see that jump up a little bit more here in the next couple of years as the 5-year weighted average drops off lower poverty years in 2020 and 2021. Still, that 5-year poverty rate of 12.7% puts us at the 4th lowest poverty city of the 11 largest cities in Iowa, below both the mean and the average, or the median and the average of other cities. That being said, not all areas in town and not all populations in town experience that equally. So looking at this graph, we see that Census Tract 5, which comprises the North End and Washington neighborhood above about 17th Street, has the highest poverty rate, followed by Census Tract 1, which is most of the rest of downtown east of Bluff. And both of those census tracts in the darker blue shades up there on the map have more than double the city's poverty rate. As we're looking into just what that looks like geographically, I wanted to highlight this example of how poverty is very multifaceted and can affect people in numerous ways. So on this map, every dot you see is a grocery store or convenience store where somebody can access most of the items on a food plan that comes from the USDA's Thrifty Food Plan. The larger circles around them are a half-mile buffer zone, relatively walking distance, although that might still be a hike for someone going back and forth with groceries. And they're color-coded based on affordability. The darker orange squares and sections on that map are areas with more low to moderate income people, and where we see, again, in census tracts 1 and 5, in those types of areas, downtown into the north end, we see higher share of lower moderate income people. Now, we also see quite a few holes in this map that aren't covered within a half mile of a grocery store. Those circles cover about 25,000 people roughly, which means we have roughly 35,000 residents that aren't in one of those circles. Not a big deal if you can drive to your grocery store, but looking back to tracts 1 and 5, again, those higher poverty areas, 25% of households in those neighborhoods do not have a vehicle. That means they are walking more than half a mile in many cases, or taking the bus and trying to find out what routes work best to get to a grocery store. We also see that there are less affordable options in those higher poverty neighborhoods. So groceries are actually oftentimes more expensive in poorer areas. I just wanted to highlight how this impacts impacts people in a myriad of ways, at least 3 different dimensions of poverty, as we see relating to transportation access, healthy food access, and just general affordability. Looking back at our population in general and who is in Dubuque, the city looks different than it did 10 years ago. Since 2014 to 2024, our white non-Hispanic population actually fell by about 2,000 people, but the city's population grew by about 1,000 people, which means most of that population growth is coming from our racial minority populations. Every one of these groups on the screen here saw population growth over 10 years, except for the Alaskan Native and American Indian population, and every group of those, except for the Black or African American population, saw growth between 2019 and 2024. That Black or African American alone population, however, did fall by about 500 people in the last 5 years. And when we're looking at how that relates to poverty, we do see that poverty is highest still among the Black or African American population. It's a little bit lower than it was in 2019, but we do see that looking at the grayed out 5-year bars between there, it really dropped in 2021 from 57% to about 30%, but it's been ticking back up to about 52.5%. And we also see the Asian alone and multiracial populations still have poverty rates above the city's overall level. We see something similar when looking at the most affected households by household status and the gender of the householder. So single female householders with children have the highest poverty rate in Dubuque. It's again a little bit lower in 2024 than it was in 2019, but we see over the past couple of years it's been ticking back up. And with that, I will hand it back to Corinne.
So I'm actually going to jump ahead a slide just to talk a little bit about. So I have been here, as I said, exactly 3 months today. I started my job. It feels a lot longer, and I also want to just say that I have felt so welcome since I arrived here in Dubuque. It really, from my colleagues in the city to community members, it really has been a pretty seamless entry after what was, for me, a personally very turbulent year beforehand. So in a lot of I've probably met now with about 40 different organizations in the community and had a lot of informal conversations talking about some of these issues. And in each of the conversations I have shared that upward mobility framework from the Urban Institute, which again looks at the 3 highest levels, thinking about what does it mean to have dignity and belonging, economic success, and power and autonomy. And then there are those sort of 5 areas. Let me just go back to that for 1 second. And everybody that I've spoken with, this has resonated with. Every organization and every city department can see the work that they're doing under one of those pillars. And they're supporting ways to help improve the outcomes under those predictors. At the same time, what has been, so there have been a couple common themes. There are a lot of resources and programs, but in spite of a lot of efforts and kind of networking, there is still an acknowledgement that there is limited visibility between some organizations. And just with the sheer number of organizations that exist and the constant churn of seeking new grant funding and programs depend on this grant and that grant ends, and keeping up with what are sort of active programs and resources is an ongoing challenge. And there's a desire for greater coordination and collaboration and some way to ensure that people are better informed about where to refer residents to figure out how to better align and prevent duplication of effort and strengthen opportunities for collaboration, which is truthfully in an environment where federal grant funds are shrinking is ever more challenging. That is something that also has come out. It's also a perennial challenge, I think, even within a city government or a federal government. I used to work for the federal government, or a county government. I work for a county government, to really break down some of the silos between city departments and to have better visibility on what each department is doing to contribute to that upward mobility. So that's also, I think, part of the conversation. And then I think it's also important to identify and acknowledge that a lot of voices are not represented in those conversations. And so, I will ask people, who sits on your board of your organization? And do you think that your board reflects the sort of socioeconomic makeup of the community? And oftentimes there's a little bit of a pause and like, not yes, and. So I think there's just an acknowledgement that there is still work to be done to really ensure that all voices are reflected. And so that's really what this work is about. And so, oops, sorry, I'm going the wrong way now. So I just wanted to sort of explain how we're thinking about the work that will be unfolding over the coming months. A lot of it has been and continues to be about understanding the data, understanding the outcomes from the work that's been done to date, continuing that ecosystem mapping. There's a very dense network in housing that the Community Foundation through Project Hope is facilitating. The Greater Dubuque Development Corporation is facilitating the Opportunity Dubuque around workforce opportunities. There are other initiatives like that. But there are gaps, and so this work is about identifying those gaps in part and figuring out how you plug some of them, how you reduce the duplication. And then, over the coming months, to engage in a series of community engagement activities that will really try to ensure that a lot of different voices are involved, and to really kind of think outside the box on what that can look like. Of course, capitalizing on sort of traditional forums and venues, but also bringing together community residents and others in a lot of different ways. And I'll just give one example that I think is a great city initiative that is one space where these conversations happen, and that's City Life. I participated in City Life, and it brings together such a cross-section of people from the community who might not otherwise meet each other just in the course of their normal, work or personal lives. And so building on that kind of infrastructure that's already in place, I think is one great place to be doing this work, and through the neighborhood association work. So we'll be doing a lot of this over the coming months to try and identify those priority areas and to really think about how we can, I'm going to use the wonky term of co-create, but really thinking about how do you bring together all those voices to develop what we envision as kind of a shared roadmap that is not just a city document, but is something that really all members of the community, in particular those voices that have maybe felt that they are underrepresented in these community conversations, feel that they help shape it, that they own it, and that it really is something that helps to drive over the coming years sort of a shared approach to driving this forward. And I think that's modeled in the, I always get all these things confused, Imagine Dubuque 2037. Yeah, the kind of collective impact model in that, and the shared ownership with community organizations. I think what this is trying to do is to think one step further about not just the organizations, but the residents in the community and the roles that they can play, and bringing those voices into this. So that's sort of where we are. And with that, I will turn it back to Antonio.
Okay, so as we wrap up here, I want to ask a question. As we heard the disparities that we see within our community, as we talk about cultivating and creating a thriving community, where people feel this sense of dignity and belonging, where we create strong pathways to economic mobility and success, where people in our community truly feel that they are connected to resources, and they have power and autonomy to be a part of the decision-making. I want to ask, who takes responsibility of that work? I will answer because I know you all think, and it's all of us, right? It takes all of us to take responsibility in that work. And our role as a department really, again, serves as that spark, one of those backbones, the convener of spaces to have these conversations and to help foster the sense of belonging and amplify the voices who are a part of our community. As we know, those voices are really, really important to be a part of the solution. And so we talk about what success looks like in this work. And that is really institutionalizing this collective impact approach. We have a few organizations who are really leaning into this. And so we need to continue to lean into it and have that be a part of our community culture, where we are truly sharing information and we're working collectively to help address these complex community problems. We want to create an executive summary of the initiative so we can document this journey and amplify the voices of our community members so that they are truly a part of the process. And then we really want to co-create this community roadmap where both community partners who are managing resources and community members can take ownership of. We want to empower residents so that residents are better connected to people like you, better connected to different leaders in our community, and to help increase this strong sense of social capital. There is data that shows when people increase their social capital, they have stronger pathways to success, right? When our neighbors who are living in lower impoverished communities are friends or closely connected with people who are in wealthier neighborhoods, those create stronger pathways for economic mobility. And then we'd like to dive into a community investment and a resource assessment. And so we have a lot of really, really great resources in our community. Let's take stock of those. Let's see what we're doing really, really well, and let's see where our gaps are within our community so that we can continue to be more intentional here. And with that, I want to say thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Antonio and Corinne and Braden, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I have a couple questions to kick us off. We've got about 10 minutes to be able to talk a little more than that, about 12 or so. First of all, let me just say how much I just really appreciate being a resident of a city that does this work so intentionally and does it from a city government standpoint, but then also from a community organization standpoint and kind of meshes those two things together. I've always appreciated that as a Dubuquer, but I appreciate it even more in the last few years as we've gotten more intentional about it. So thank you for the work that you do. I think it's actually very important. And I, as a social worker who worked on the other side of this for a long time, I see the need and I see the benefits of it. So I really do appreciate it. So two questions. Where do the neighborhood associations fit into this equation? I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. I have my own thoughts about how important neighborhood associations are, and I really truly wish that we had a neighborhood association in every single neighborhood in the city, because I think it would be really beneficial. But I was just curious if I could get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, our neighborhoods, and we are leaning into reimagining what our neighborhood associations look like with the transition. But there is research that shows that when we are more intentional with pouring into our neighborhoods, that creates stronger pathways for economic mobility. When families, and especially children, are introduced to higher investments in their neighborhood at an earlier age, they see higher increases in economic mobility. But when we talk about community voice, community engagement, when we talk about connecting residents to community partners and leaders within our community, we like for those neighborhood associations to play a role in that. Also, when you talk about this idea of dignity and belonging, when you look at the data, a lot of our neighbors or neighborhoods are not thriving as we'd like for them to thrive. And so creating spaces where we can get our neighborhood associations or neighbors together to have conversations about that, and to co-create the solutions and be a part of the solution to those conversations. And so we are in the space through this transition where we really want to continue to lean into our neighborhood associations for information sharing, to help continue to foster the sense of belonging and service back to the community, but also serve as a key player in this process as well, in advocating for their neighborhoods and sharing what they believe a thriving neighborhood should look like for them.
That's really helpful. Thank you. I'll add one piece to it that I think is really important too. It's really important to party together, like to just have fun together. I mean, it's something I think it really matters in neighborhoods too, to be able to bring people together and have, just the simplicity of a neighborhood picnic introduces you to a lot of faces that you remember for the rest of that year and then beyond. And I think that's important too. One more question. Something has stuck with me since our goals and priorities session that we did back in September of last year. The person who coordinates that, Lyle, brought up the idea of a community survey at one point and kind of talked to us about it. It didn't make the cut. There was a lot of other stuff on the list that we needed to talk about. But I'm curious, we've done a really good job of the Imagine Dubuque plan. I know that was really intense, but we gathered so much information from so many people. A little less intense, but no less successful, was the Parks and Recreation Master Plan last year. Tons and tons of information that we gathered. I'm curious if this work could be assisted and helped by having some sort of a community-wide survey that just sort of gets the temperature of the community, what the desires of people are. It's not just about parks, but it's just about how are we doing? How's it going? And make sure that we get a large group of people to be able to respond to that in some way. Would that be helpful for the work that you do?
Oh, 100%. And I don't want to steal our community engagement coordinator's thunder tomorrow at tomorrow's session. But some of that work has already been done, where we've been partnering with organizations to do large-scale community engagement, door knocking, having conversations and humanizing the experience versus just scan this QR code, which is really helpful because it casts a wide net, but really interacting with our community members and doing just that, getting a temperature of this sense of community and neighborhood. And so we've already started to collect that data through our outreach efforts, but also through our city life efforts as well. But there's definitely room and opportunity to continue to coordinate with other departments and other surveys that are being done. But that information would definitely be helpful.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing more about that tomorrow then. That's great.
I did
It is
not
tomorrow,
steal your
right?
thunder if
I
you're
don't even
watching
know
this.
Is it tomorrow that you're coming back? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're coming
I can't
back
remember what day
tomorrow.
it is today. I think it's Monday. Yeah, so. All right, other questions, discussion on this one. Ms. Wethel.
I thought that it was really interesting that when you talked about, as opposed to the heart of public works, you're the veins. But I would reinvent that as the entire circulatory system. And this is what I mean.
You must be an expert in healthcare, right? You must have some experience.
But arteries take, blood-rich oxygen all around the body and feed the muscles and the organs and everything, and then it takes it back. And I feel like that's a little bit of what you guys do. You feed what needs to be nourished, and then you bring it back to us and you say, these are the things we need to work on. And so it's kind of like a full circle circulatory system experience. So I really liked that. I thought it was really appropriate the way you phrased that. A couple of things on, I don't think we get the fullest picture of what you do without case study presentations of specific stories. But for purpose of, not wanting to have to tell people's stories. But I feel like what I have been able to learn when I hear about very specific experiences that you all are part of and what your services are actually doing out on the sidewalk, that's where the money is. People are questioning right now how government is not making money in that department or this department. But that's not what I measure you on, and so I hope that you won't listen to that, because I measure you on the way that we bring people and have them lifted up in our community in a way in which they have access to things that maybe they wouldn't in other communities. So I think you sell yourself short, because I know some of those really specific dialed-in stories are incredibly powerful. And maybe you're going to tell those a little bit tomorrow.
We have a few tomorrow in store.
I hope so.
Team is
Good.
ready to go.
Great. As you have had such a transition in the department as you describe, a year from now, are there any specific, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but are there any specific things that will make you feel like we're even more in the rhythm now. We've got it going. I mean, as far as like the merging of skill sets and what we have done for efficiencies, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about
Yeah.
what that looks like.
Yeah, great question. We're still currently in conversation with that work, especially with the recent addition of economic mobility. And so the team is still working on that, but I will say when we are more aligned as a community with information sharing, with having the conversation about what data is telling us, and being able to become a community where we can call a different organization and say, hey, we see these themes going on. Can we collaborate? We know your resources, you know our resources. Can we maximize collaboration efforts in order to address this theme, this need in our community? So a more cohesive infrastructure. And then I would say also having diverse perspectives a part of the solutions, right? That piece of the puzzle allows people to feel a sense of responsibility and pride for the outcome, even if the outcome isn't the best outcome, right? And so just being able to take a step back, and when we look at a lot of the spaces where we are creating strategic plans and initiatives, ensuring that we have diverse perspectives at the space from all identity groups, I think would be something that we would step back and say, we're moving the needle. Right? People are more informed. I can share through my own experiences in working with people from all backgrounds. There are so many people who have no clue about this group in this room, have no clue who their city council person is, have no clue about local government in general. And so there's a lot of room to connect those dots. And when people are more informed, what I've seen is they want to be part of the solution. Right, especially if they are living in a problem. And so I think that would be another assessment for us to say, we're moving the needle forward.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we got about 3 minutes. Ms. Russell, I saw your hand going up first. Probably have time for one more here.
Okay, I just want to say that I think your presentation reminds us that when all of our neighbors thrive, it's going to benefit all. And when people feel belonging, it makes Dubuque their home and they're going to want to stay here. And that's so important for all of us. I hope that you'll continue to build tools like you did for opening doors, such as the slide you had with grocery stores where people don't know how to get there, maybe with the map of the bus stops and that kind of thing would be very helpful for someone instead of reinventing the wheel. And lastly, could you remind me, I think Corinne said her position is funded by a particular grant, and I didn't quite catch that. Could you
Yes.
please remind me?
So my position is one of 16 similar positions that is funded by the Gates Foundation, which has been working on economic mobility across the U.S. for a number of years. And then the Gates Foundation, the city of Dubuque was part of a previous cohort also funded by Gates through ICMA working on this. What is new this round is to actually fund positions like mine. And then ICMA and the Urban Institute serve as kind of the backbone to help do this peer learning piece of it.
Great, thank you so much.
I also just want to note that this is just a small fraction of the service that our department provides. We have capacity building, we have neighborhoods, we have barrier reduction services. We are very dynamic in that sense. And so this is just one entity, but they all work very cohesively to help us move the ball forward and the needle forward.
Excellent. Well, this is a great preview for tomorrow, so thank you very much for the presentation. And if we have other questions, let's write them down, hang on to them. We'll deliver those tomorrow and get the answers. And we appreciate you being here tonight.
Appreciate your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to our second work session for the evening, which is the Greater Dubuque Development Corporation update. So, Jason, welcome. Whenever somebody can get you ready, we'll be ready.
Too, but I'm not sure how to get to it. Corey to the rescue.
Yes. Corey usually to the rescue.
I'll give it a try at least. Yes.
Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and members of the Dubuque community. My name is Jason White. I serve as President and CEO of the Greater Dubuque Development Corporation. I've attended a number of city meetings in the last few weeks, so all these biology analogies for the different department budgets made me think of something when I was first entering the profession of economic development. I remember taking a continuing education class, and the instructor stood up in front of the room and he said, doctors heal the mind and the body, religion fills the soul, and economic development brings opportunity to the individual. So it completes the well-roundedness of the individual and the individuals in a community. Just wanted to share that nugget because it brought me back memory lane there a little bit. Tonight, we've organized, my teammate Nick Hockenberry and I have organized our presentation into two parts. One is the update on initiatives that are helping move the economic and workforce needle in our community. And the second is to hear about an initiative that you help fund, Opportunity Dubuque, that plays right into our efforts to increase the size of our workforce through skilling and upskilling the population of the community and the constituents you represent. First, last year, 39 business leaders, local government partners, and team members of Greater Dubuque Development came together to create a new strategic plan focused on achieving transformational results, competing for new investment, and growing our workforce and population base. It was largely done halfway through our current campaign, in large part provide some direction through the transition to new leadership, which of course we've completed, and direction going forward as well from a board level standpoint. One of the priorities is business support and attraction. In the first quarter of 2026, we visited 48 employers through our Info Action program. And our most recent projects, just summarized real quick on the screen before you, is without names and business types included for confidentiality reasons. We've had an existing business that we worked with between Piasta and Dubuque that considered locations in Dubuque, in Piasta, and Dyersville that ultimately ended up locating in or choosing Dyersville in large part because of the proximity to their contractor, but that is one that certainly we gave several communities a run. Additionally, we are working with a couple of different developers looking to add spec building product in the industrial parks, including one looking at the potential of flex space, which is a very hot commercial real estate market right now, which limits the risk of that developer because they have the option to serve and satisfy several different types of business depending on what the market need is in the community and at that time. And we're also working with an existing manufacturer in Dubuque, an employer that is seeking space for a 150,000 square foot facility that they want to own themselves. They're currently leasing in this market and they would like to build and own their own facility. And we believe that Dubuque is the right location for them, and they will find a location here in Dubuque. And we are also, as far as national marketing, which is our fancy way of saying business recruitment, Dubuque submitted, and we worked very closely with city staff, submitted a site in response to a request for information from the Iowa Economic Development Authority, coded as Project Bolt, which is a high-tech automated distribution center. And people sometimes ask me about data centers. That's a hot topic right now, particularly the hyperscale data centers. Data centers have existed for decades, serving as business continuity centers for data storage, for backup opportunities, for cloud-based storage, and most recently, AI. We've not seen a ton of activity on that front. We've seen some, both in smaller projects in the Dubuque area and larger projects outside of Dubuque and Dubuque County, I would expect that we will have opportunities that will come our way that we will evaluate, particularly on the hyperscale standpoint. But as of now, we have not seen those opportunities come too close to us, and certainly nothing imminent at this point. We did hear and receive interest, and currently may still continue to work with a developer that's interested in launching a workforce training center for digital skills. It's not a data center, but the result of some of the activity that we're currently seeing in the technology market. And we're also increasing, as you heard me say during the budget hearing, the amount of development-ready property in our market. Currently working on a site certification project with the Iowa Economic Development Authority and working with the city of Dubuque, which we currently do not have anywhere in the greater Dubuque area. So that would be good to get a site certified that could be presented to the Iowa Economic Development Authority. Another priority is population growth. I'm way behind my slide here. And one of the steps we took in the last quarter, Standard Forwarding, which is one of the primary trucking companies for John Deere Dubuque Works, announced that they were ceasing all operations, all places within the Dubuque or Standard Forwarding network. And they announced that they would be ceasing operations, so we worked with workforce partners for employees to be considered as options for reemployment at Tucker Freight, Hirschbach, McCoy, and Simon's Trucking in particular. We also attended a Whirlpool layoff event just a little bit further west of here when they announced their downsizing. And on March 9th, Mandy Dolson and our team attended a hiring event by Iowa Works in Cedar Rapids to connect with 300 workers impacted by recent layoffs. Also on the workforce side of things, we've been very active with attending career fairs, college students in our market, but also other markets as well. UNI has been a particularly good market for us. So connecting with students across area college campuses and employers in internships in the greater Dubuque region. So we've also attended our own college's job fairs and presented there to the students. And distinctively Dubuque, which we held a class in January and March with newcomers to our community, successfully connecting with 60 individuals who completed that program and newcomers to our market within the last several years. The last class in particular was very interesting because we had individuals attending from Arizona and Arkansas, Alaska, Colorado, and so on, that were calling Dubuque home for the first time. So I'm very excited to interact with those folks. You Can Be Great Here, 2025, 2026 Community of College Series. So we had connected with a lot of college students to this program. First, through our community college series, as I mentioned, with 700 total students and job seeker engagements, 568 students that attended our hockey night with the Dubuque Fighting Saints, a movie night at the AMC Theater, and a bowling night as well. So bringing students together, and also our fall career fair with 129 job seekers present there as well. And then soon we will be launching our Talent Dubuque summer series, bringing college students together, both for interns and also college students in our market for the summer to get to know each other, get to know our community, hopefully fall in love with our community and stay here after graduation. So that announcement of those locations for that series will be coming soon. We've also been active on the workforce transportation side of things. Transportation is a barrier for a number of people, as we found by talking to employers in our info action surveys, talking about their own employee base. So through the Rural Transportation Authority, Transit Authority, with ECIA and Enterprise Van Pool program, there's a cost share arrangement between the employer, their employees, and ECIA to fund a van pool for anyone that would like to do that to help people commute to work. Presently, the University of Dubuque is utilizing this program to transport their students to the very much growing aviation center at the airport, Dubuque Regional Airport, of which they've doubled the size of that program, getting from the main campus to the aviation school. And we've also been working and convening stakeholders with the 2030 priority and also the City Council priority to develop a multi-use community sports complex. We had a meeting in November with youth sports groups, advocates, city, school district leaders, and others to talk about a potential project, also to evaluate and analyze needs. We invited developers to attend as well. We had a follow-up meeting on March 5th, bring a lot of those people back together, have advanced conversations, and we're now at the point we're looking to put together a board of directors that can help guide and provide some direction to this effort. Both the youth sports that want to be involved in a project like this, and also individuals in the private sector that can help guide them from a business standpoint, both from raising money, site selection, and overall advocacy and strategy development. And also, we've been very active at convening a group called the Tri-State Economic Development Practitioners. So if you've seen our strategic plan, we have a big circle around 8 to 9 counties around Dubuque. That makes up a labor shed base of several 100,000 people, population of several 100,000 people. And so we believe that by collaborating with our neighboring counties, that can increase opportunities for Dubuque and also the tri-state area. So we convened a meeting last week. We talked about engaging site selectors that represent projects, big projects that are looking at different communities. We talked about workforce. We talked about political advocacy. So if we bring 3 states together and also their elected representatives, what can we accomplish from an advocacy standpoint and trying to get things done and lobbying our part of the world. So with that, I'm going to yield the mic to my teammate Nick Hockenberry, who will talk a little bit about Opportunity Dubuque, and then we'll come back and answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Good evening. As Jason mentioned, I'll be hitting on a specific program. So that's our Opportunity Dubuque program, a program that serves as the marquee skills development program for our region. It's been a long-lived program, though it's gone through many changes. It's been around in earnest since about 2011 in a partnership with Northeast Iowa Community College, Greater Dubuque Development, as well as many other workforce partners in the region. So just a little bit of that history. It all really started in conversation with employers. We had heard from Northeast Iowa Community College that the CNC program, the Computer Numerical Control Program, certificate program, was going to be ending due to lack of interest in students. And at the same time, in our business visits in our manufacturing sector, we had heard that that was an acute need, skills need. And so we understood there must be some sort of disconnect there between folks looking for an opportunity to gain skills that lead them on a career track opportunity with our employers in the region, and the employers themselves being able to connect with our higher ed partners to get the skilled talent that they need. So we brought partners together and really evaluated what those barriers were and what we might be able to do to close them. And that was really the genesis of the idea of Opportunity Dubuque, to ensure that anyone in this community could find the skills program available to them with low or no barriers for them to connect with an employer who had an equally high need and want for their talent. And so we started with CNC. It's grown since then. So every year we go through an analysis, what we call a skills gap analysis, in partnership with Northeast Iowa Community College, that looks at our market, so Dubuque County and the 6 adjacent counties, and looks at occupations down to the standard occupation codes and compares them to a growth factor that the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out. If you come to our workforce breakfast, I'll be talking more about this year's skills gap analysis. So I'll try to avoid getting too deep in the weeds right now, but we compare it to graduate data, what they call IPEDS data. It's nationally reported data that looks at completions from certificate level, a 6-week certificate level course, all the way up to higher master's degrees and others in the market, and identifies where those degrees fit into the need down to the occupation in our market. And we highlight those gaps where we are not producing here locally the talent we need to feed our employers. And as we do that every year, we identify in this targeted way what short-term certificate programs we could support through the Opportunity Dubuque program to meet our employers' need in a fast pace. So this allows us to identify certificates available at Northeast Iowa Community College that exist and have folks out there promoting that to under and unemployed individuals and eliminating the tuition barrier, as well as getting coaching to encourage them, folks with barriers, to go into these skills programs, or folks who are changing careers just to navigate that new pathway, and then at the end, after graduation, connect with an employer. So right now, we have about 18 different certificate programs that are identified in that skills gap analysis, from the CNC program, which really started this, to certified nursing aides, to CDL semi-truck drivers. So really touching each of the key industries in our market in this targeted way. Right here, the friendly face that you see on the screen, this is one of the graduates. So this is Joe. Joe completed the semi-truck driving certificate and found employment here in Dubuque at Prairie Farms. This was an opportunity for Joe to change careers so that he could be home at night with his family. He has a great employer who offers him that ability, but previously he was working second shift in manufacturing. And this allowed him a career track opportunity that fit with what his idea of opportunity was here in Dubuque. And so I always highlight these stories because I think they help bring, the databases which really drives this program, as well as the important funding support that we have from partners like the City of Dubuque, to the real impact on the ground to residents in this community. So I'm going to dive in more specifically into some outcomes. This is our mid-year report, so this would have been what we'll call first semester, even though these certificate programs don't quite run like that. But as of January 31st, we've had 114 enrollees in Opportunity Dubuque certificate programs and 37 completions through those programs in that first half of the year. And then at the time, we still had 68 enrollees in training, so those programs hadn't wrapped up yet. Of those, importantly, the funding, we call it Dubuque Works funding, the tuition support through this program, we were funding 25 different individuals. Our dollars are the flexible dollars. The City of Dubuque, the DRA, and Dubuque County's dollars fill the gaps where someone will qualify for federal workforce dollars to pay for some of this tuition, or state dollars, PACE and GAP funding. So ours are the last dollars in, but it allows us to offer this program, any of these certificate programs, to anyone who's interested in going into these fields. And I think that universality of the program is what makes it one of a kind in the region. So overall, since the beginning of the program, as I said, 2011, we have had almost 4,800 enrollees with a completion completion number of nearly 4,200, and at the time of this report, still 68 in training. That employment and continuing education number of 92%, we think is really important. So this is done through graduate surveys at the end, 6 months after completion. And we, our coaches, our two coaches here who are employed at NICC, actually call the completers and ask them, are you employed or have you gone on to continuing education? And importantly, it's employment in their field of study. So it applicable to the certificate that they received through the program. 92% is an enviable completion percentage or placement percentage for any program across the nation. We're very proud of that, and it just shows that connection between the training and the employer connection is strong. And importantly, the funding over the years has funded 404 persons who otherwise would not have had funding support and may not have actually enrolled because of that. I always, this is data we actually started collecting later since I've come on at Greater Dubuque Development. And we really felt that this program was a regional differentiator. And as Jason pointed out, you know, we look at this tri-state area, importantly, based on the data because of our labor force. We know that we reach beyond the city limits of Dubuque for our workforce, and this is an example of that. So not only is it developing the regional talent, but it's actually functioning as an attractor. So you'll notice many counties out of our market where enrollees came from, that's because they relocated to Dubuque for this program. I did want to just highlight importantly that this program adapts. I said that it started with the CNC program, our most recent certificate program that came out of business visits, as well as the NICC Manufacturing Alliance Group, which is with employers who come together and talk about the barriers and needs that they have for talent. We have now created a new certificate, which will be enrolling I think next month, early next month, which is our core manufacturing certificate. It's important, the skills that have been identified were in conversation with employers to really raise the general awareness of the manufacturing field, but applicable to many different areas, and the soft skills and leadership skills that are important to be successful in those fields as well. It's not just hard skills that our employers are saying they want. They want folks to understand how to communicate, not only with their coworkers, but their supervisors, and really understand the role that they're going to serve in their employer's space. And with that, we will open it up to questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jason and Nick. Appreciate the presentation. Do we have any questions or need for discussion this evening? Every question has been answered. Anything we were thinking about, you've answered it all. So, well, I will say, you know, we do get these quarterly updates. We actually have a lot of interaction with you guys, so we do appreciate that. GDDC continues to be a great partner, and we appreciate the work that you're doing. I did learn some new things tonight about the Opportunity to Dubuque program, so thank you very much for that. The 92% completion rate is just a very impressive statistic that I know we've been touting for a while, and we should continue to do that. That's great that that partnership is working so well. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. There is no further business in this work session, so we will adjourn here at 6:30. Trish L. Gleason, Assistant City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a regular session of the City Council to be held on Monday, April 20th, 2026 at 6:30 PM in the Historic Federal Building for the purpose of conducting such business that may properly come before the City Council.
Good evening and welcome to a regular session of the Dubuque City Council for April 20th, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during the session of the agenda where public input is accepted. Input options during the live meeting include in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input on the item they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log on to GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access codes that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which item you would like to speak to in the chat function, or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, indicate which item you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person, audio, or written, must be accompanied by a name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/councilcontacts and through the City Clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. This information will be reiterated during the meeting. Attendance at tonight's session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Leindecker.
Here.
Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Staver.
Here.
Wethel.
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
Just a note on tonight's agenda, action item number 2 has been pulled at the request of the applicant. Mayor Kavanaugh, I'll turn it over to you for the Pledge of
All
Allegiance.
right, thank you, Trish. I invite everyone who is able to please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Starting off tonight's agenda are the proclamations. We have 6 proclamations tonight. International Dark Sky and Week and Earth Week, April 19th through the 25th, 2026. Arbor Day, April 24th, 2026. Dubuque YP Days of Caring, April 24th, 2026. National Apprenticeship Week, April 26th through May 2nd, 2026. Stewardship Week, April 26th through May 3rd, 2026. Foster Care Month, May 2026.
All right, thank you very much, Trish. We have a lot to celebrate tonight, so thanks everyone for turning out to do that. Our first proclamation will be International Dark Sky Week and Earth Week, and I have Zoe Heyer and Lizzie Sula, I believe, here to accept this proclamation. And as they make their way up, Eric, if you wouldn't mind pulling us off the screen on our desk, I'd appreciate that.
Hello. On behalf of the Sustainability Office and Green Iowa AmeriCorps, we are honored to accept the proclamation declaring International Dark Sky Week and Earth Week. This week will provide us with the meaningful opportunity to raise awareness for light pollution and other forms of environmental harm while reflecting on the actions that we can take as citizens and as a community to protect our natural resources.
International Dark Sky Week challenges us to look up and appreciate the natural wonder and beauty that the night sky can provide. Through simple actions like turning off an outdoor light, we can ensure that the night sky stays clear for all. Earth Week lets us face our ongoing environmental challenges with hope for the future, providing us a chance to commit to actions that will protect the quality of life on Earth for generations to come. We extend gratitude towards the Mayor and City Council for recognizing the need for this proclamation and look forward to honoring this week with you.
Well, thank you so much, Zoe and Lizzie, for being here and for all the work that you do as AmeriCorps members. We just know that we sincerely appreciate you and the work that you do for the city of Dubuque, and so do the residents of Dubuque. So thanks for being here to accept this proclamation. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas we're all stewards and beneficiaries of the earth, its healthy and diverse ecosystem is vital to a thriving community, a vigorous local economy, and a sustainable environment. And whereas the aesthetic beauty and wonder of a natural night sky is a shared heritage of all humankind, and the experience of standing beneath a starry night inspires feelings of wonder and awe and encourages a growing interest in science and nature. And whereas some historic and current human activities have caused pollution of our sky and earth, loss of wildlife species, damage and loss of habitat, food and water, weather extremes and worse flooding, human health crises, and loss of livelihoods. And whereas we must use creativity, innovation, and education to solve these problems, with local communities leading the way by encouraging sustainable energy and water use, sustainable land use and transportation, and waste reduction, reuse, and recycling. And whereas the International Dark Sky Association is the globally recognized authority on light pollution and has created International Dark Sky Week to raise awareness of light pollution and provide free education, resources, and solutions to the public to encourage the protection of and the enjoyment of dark skies and responsible outdoor lighting. And whereas Earth Week offers people a unique opportunity to make, renew, and celebrate commitments that will protect quality of life and the earth for generations to come. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the days of April 19th through 25th as International Dark Sky Week and Earth Week. Come on up. All right, Antonio wants a picture. Yep. Excellent. Thank you. All right, next up is Arbor Day. Tom Kramer is here with a number of friends, I think, so come on up. Welcome, everybody.
Hello, my name is Tom Kramer, and I am the president of Dubuque Trees Forever. Laura Roussel, as you know, is our executive director, and I have other board members with me tonight, and Robert Wegman, who is the current city forester. I'd like to give you a little bit of an update on the orchard that we talked about last year when we were here to get the award at Caledonian Hill Street. We've planted 18 fruit trees, and we're going to be planting 16 more in a couple weeks through a memorial gift that we received. 2027 will be our first harvest. We're going to pick the fruit off as it develops this year so the tree can use its energy for the tree to develop better, and then a year later we'll leave the fruit go, and hopefully we get some nice looking fruit out of it. Okay, we have planted eco-grass on the hillside there. If you're familiar with it, that grass only has to be cut twice a year, so it'll eliminate a lot of maintenance for us. And we're enlarging our pollinator bed. That'll help for the trees when the blossoms are on there, for the bees pollinating them. We're going to install a sitting bench, a brick walkway, garbage can holder, and dog waste dispenser. On May 2nd, we will be planting the 16 memorial trees and having an open house from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. We'll plant in the morning, have an open house 2 to 4 in the afternoon for the neighbors and anybody else that wants to come and see the project that we've done and talk about the trees, if anybody's interested, what kind of, we have all there. Now this week, through our branching out grant, we're going to be planting 8 trees at Marshall School, 12 trees at Audubon School, and on Friday, we're going to celebrate Arbor Day, 10 a.m. at Kennedy School, where we're going to plant 14 trees. Our volunteers for this project are going to be the Green Iowa AmeriCorps. We've got 16 employees from John Deere because it's Days of Caring that day. And of course, the students will be there planting with us also. Mayor Pro Tem Resnick will read the Arbor Day proclamation at 10 o'clock in front of a school assembly. before we go out and plant the trees. Now, everyone knows the comic strip Linus, Lucy, Snoopy. Long time ago, they made a movie, and it was called It's Arbor Day, Charlie Brown. So, Mayor Pro Tem Resnick, I'll give you a heads up. When you read the proclamation and you see all them kids from kindergarten through 5th grade staring at you, and it's your time to say, it's Arbor Day, Dubuque. Don't say, it's Arbor Day, Charlie Brown. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Resnick, for taking on the full school assembly on that day. I do appreciate that. And thank you so much for the work that you do. We get to see so much of it. It's really exciting to have a group this enthusiastic about planting trees in your city. And the fact that you do so much of that work with students, with volunteers, you combine it with things like YP Days of Caring, which we're also proclaiming tonight. So thank you for everything that you're doing. And thanks for being here again to get this proclamation again this year. We really appreciate it. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Dubuque Trees Forever is planning an Arbor Day celebration in partnership with the Kennedy Elementary School on Friday, April 24th, students, parents, teachers, and volunteers will plant trees on the school campus. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council staff and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 24th day of April 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and urge residents to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Thanks, everybody. Okay, next up, Dubuque YP Days of Caring, the aforementioned. Brittany Hayes is here.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Hayes, and I am one of the co-chairs on the Dubuque Days of Caring board. Dubuque Days of Caring is a day where we have volunteers participate in different projects throughout nonprofits in our community and some of our surrounding communities to complete projects that organizations may not be able to complete throughout the rest of the year. So we gather a bunch of volunteers and send them to different nonprofits. So this year is the 19th year that they have been doing this, and it has grown every year. This year we have over 1,100 volunteers. We have a lot of employers that get their employees involved. We also have some middle school students that will be participating as well. We have over 40 nonprofits and 65 projects that will be worked on. And volunteers do everything from landscaping and cleaning, some other tasks, painting, trail maintenance, stuff like that. So there's a whole bunch of different projects that get worked on. And then we would not be able to put this together without our sponsors. So if I could shout them out real quick, we have 1-800 T-shirts, Anderson Window and Door, and Med1. So yeah, the day will be Friday, April 24th, and our T-shirts are going to be purple this year. So if you see a group of people with purple shirts, that is going to be some of our volunteers.
All right, Brittany, thanks a lot. So see purple shirts on Friday,
Yes.
honk, wave, cheer them on, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
excellent. It's so great to know, that one day a year, your whole city is taking care of each other in this way. It's really just an exciting thing, and I really appreciate, how many years? 19, did you say?
It's been 19, yeah.
19 years, that's really impressive. Well,
Yes.
thanks for being here to get this proclamation tonight. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas Dubuque is a city known for its spirit of volunteerism and community pride, and whereas Young Professionals of Dubuque is an organization in Dubuque committed to making the city a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And whereas Dubuque YP Days of Caring is a community event where more than 1,300 volunteers conduct projects at nonprofits throughout the city. And whereas Dubuque YP Days of Caring benefits not only those nonprofits, but the entire city of Dubuque. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 24th day of April 2026 as Dubuque YP Days of Caring. Here's your picture. I'll get close on that so tall. Thanks, Brittany. Okay, next on the list, National Apprenticeship Week. So Nick Flogel is here, I believe. Come on up. Nick and friends.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. It's an honor to stand here tonight as we recognize National Apprenticeship Week and the generations of skilled workers who built this city with their hands, their discipline, and their pride. Apprenticeships aren't just a pathway into a trade, it's a promise that you're willing to learn, to show up, and to put in the work, that there will be a place for you in the middle class. It's how we pass down craftsmanship, safety, and solidarity from one generation to the next. And in communities like Dubuque, it's how we keep opportunity rooted right here at home. We accept this proclamation on behalf of every apprentice who's ever walked into a nervous job site on day one, every journey worker who took the time to teach them, and every union that continues to invest in training the workforce our region depends on. Thank you for recognizing the value of apprenticeships and the value of the people who make it possible.
Very well said, Nick. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing to bring awareness to this and for all the work that you do for apprentices everywhere to make sure that they are a part of our community and get a chance to be able to stay here and do that important work that you mentioned. So thank you for being here to accept this proclamation tonight. Well, City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas National Apprenticeship Week annually raises awareness of the vital role registered apprenticeships provide in meeting critical industry workforce demands. Registered apprenticeship programs develop the highly skilled workforce that employers need and create pathways for Americans to catapult into in-demand, high-paying careers. And whereas registered apprenticeship programs are industry-driven, high-quality career pathways that enable employers to develop and train their future workforce. And individuals can obtain paid work experience with a mentor, receive progressive wage increases, classroom instruction, and a portable, nationally recognized credential. And whereas the City of Dubuque recognizes the urgent need to prepare and maintain a highly skilled workforce that is capable of meeting the current and future demands of the city we serve and fortifying our economy. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the week of April 26th to May 2nd, 2026 as National Apprenticeship Week. Thanks a lot, guys. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, now we are on to Stewardship Week, and Wayne Demmer is here for this one, so come on up, Wayne.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, to the City Council. On behalf of the Dubuque Soil Water Conservation District, I want to thank you guys for being able, we've been working together with the City of Dubuque, Dubuque County, and with the Soil Water Board. We've been working quite hard to grow things, improving on clean water and soil erosion. Just to give you an idea, I think this year we're going to be looking at probably 25,000 acres in Dubuque County will be seeded down to cover crops in the fall, which is trying to lessen the erosion and slow the, helping clean up the water. So on behalf of the board, and you know, I just wanted to comment, if you don't mind, off the subject, but coming here tonight and listening to you guys in this work session, Doesn't seem like it's been that long ago since I left the Board of Supervisors, because I remember Opportunity Dubuque being talked about at that time. So with that, I don't have much else I want to present, but I just want to thank you guys for representing, and I do recognize a few faces here on this council and in the board, so thank you very much.
Well, appreciate you being here, Wayne, and thanks for your service and the time that you served. Yeah, it's like riding a bike, isn't it? It comes right back to you when you sit in a work session, I'm sure. But, you know, in all seriousness, thank you so much for the work that you guys are doing on the Soil and Conservation Board. This is incredibly important work, and it's never ending, and it's not going to stop. And I think we recognize that. And my hope is that in the future we can continue to find good ways to collaborate and make that something that is a realization for everybody who lives in our region. So for today, thank you very much for being here to accept this proclamation. I'm glad you brought it forward. City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas healthy, fertile soil and clean water is the lifeblood of nutrition and sustenance throughout the world, and soil conservation is a benefit to everyone. And whereas effective conservation practices ensure soil, water, animals, plants, and air can provide a rich standard of living. And whereas our survival and continued production and access to quality food and water depends upon the robust management of diverse natural resources nationwide. And whereas stewardship calls upon every individual to help conserve these precious resources to ensure their prosperity for generations to come. And whereas a focus on restoring and protecting soil plays a vital role in holding water, cycling nutrients, supporting wildlife, preventing flooding, and enhancing ecosystem health, thereby strengthening the foundation for long-term soil health and water conservation efforts. And whereas the theme for the 2026 Stewardship Week is Soil Where It Begins, celebrates the power of soil in supporting the life in all forms and underscores soil as the starting point for healthy food, clean water, thriving habitats, and resilient communities. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council staff and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the week of April 26th through May 3rd as Stewardship Week in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, with an emphasis on the importance of preserving and restoring soil as part of our collective conservation efforts and celebrating the theme, Soil, Where It Begins. He's got a picture if you want. Would you like one? He's our resident photographer today. That's all right. We'll make sure you get the picture. All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Our final proclamation for the evening is Foster Care Month. So Liz Estelo, did I say that correctly?
No, it's me.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Hi, I'm Susie Stroud. I work at Four Oaks and Family Resources, providing foster care and adoption services for this part of the state. Our service area includes 13 counties from Minnesota to Missouri, and we work out of offices in Dubuque, Clinton, Davenport, and Burlington. May is Foster Care and Adoption Month, and we work in collaboration with HHS. We provide support for the families and do initial home licensing for approval or denial of families.
Well, Susie, thank you very much for being here to accept this proclamation and for the incredibly important work that you do. I mentioned earlier in a work session, my background as a social worker and working with foster care in many different ways, and it never leaves me how important this work is. So thank you so much for what you do on a day-to-day basis, and thanks for being here to accept this proclamation.
Thanks.
City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas the City of Dubuque recognizes that nothing is more precious in our community than the growth and development of our children, and every young person deserves a safe, loving, and stable home. And whereas foster care plays a vital role in providing safe and nurturing environments for children and youth in need. And whereas foster, kinship, and adoptive families open their hearts and homes to children whose families are in crisis, play a vital role in helping children and families heal and reconnect, thereby launching young people into successful adulthood. And whereas a strong network of community partners, including local nonprofits, volunteer mentors, educators, and government agencies, helps create a support system that uplifts youth in care and promotes long-term stability and well-being. And whereas the City of Dubuque acknowledges the essential work of these individuals and organizations and encourages more residents to become involved, whether by fostering, advocating, or supporting families in their community. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council staff and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Foster Care Month in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and urge residents to recognize the significance of foster care and honor the individuals and organizations committed to improving the lives of children and youth in foster care. Okay. Since he's running up here, yeah. Thanks a lot, Susan. All right, well, thanks everybody for putting those proclamations forward tonight. We do appreciate celebrating those moments. Go ahead, Trish.
Okay, we'll move on to consent items. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the consent items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there's any in-person input and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there's any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, the city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Please state the item you would like to remove from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. Consent items can be found on page 2 through 4 of tonight's agenda.
All right, thank you, Trish. Do we have anyone here in chambers who would like to remove any of the consent items for separate discussion this evening? Seeing no one here, anybody virtually? All right then, back to us for any discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Resnick?
I move to receive and file the documents, adopt the resolutions, and deal with the consent items as recommended.
Second by Wethel.
I've got a motion from Resnick, second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Leindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Moving on to items set for public hearing. Tonight, we have 7 items to set for public hearing. Item number 1 on your agenda will be held for a separate discussion by council in a moment. Items number 2, tri-state, Tri-State Modelers Lease Agreement, Loris Boulevard and Locust Street Storm Sewer Reconstruction Project, 2026 Terminal Street Pumping Station Rehabilitation Project, Loris Boulevard Reconstruction and Repair Project, initiate bid and set public hearing. Calendar year 2026 Asphalt Overlay Program, initiate bid and set public hearing. Traffic Signal Improvement Project, Asbury, Carter, and Cheney are all set for May 4th, 2026.
All right, so we'll handle these separately. We will handle number 1 after we handle number 2 through
7.
7. Thank you,
Mr.
Trish.
Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Roussel.
I move on items 2 through 7 to receive and file, adopt the resolutions, and set the public hearings for May 4th.
Second by Sprank.
Got a motion by Roussel and a second by Sprank. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Leindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. So back then to number 1, which is setting the public hearing for fiscal year 2027 city budget. I'll entertain a motion here, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, adopt the resolution, and set the public hearing for April 28th.
There are actually 2 resolutions there.
Resolutions.
All right, so resolutions plural. Thank you, Ms. Roussel.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Chief Financial Officer Jennifer Larson is submitting 2 resolutions setting the April 28th, 2026 public hearing in connection with the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 city budget. The final budget approval cannot exceed the maximum property tax resolution for fiscal year 2027 adopted by City Council at the March 23rd, 2026 public hearing. State law requires a public hearing on the operating budget and the 5-year capital improvement program. The notice of public hearing regarding the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 budget indicates a proposed city tax rate of just over $10. While that is the property tax rate you will be considering in your public hearing, I am revising my budget recommendation to reflect updated expenses and revenue projections. The Five Flags pay to other agency expense line has been reduced for fiscal year 2027, decreasing from $1,294,877 to $1,201,155. This adjustment results in general fund savings of $93,722. Furthermore, it appears the Dubuque Racing Association first quarter revenues will have exceeded projections, demonstrating the conservative nature of their original forecasts. The initial fiscal year 2027 city budget recommendation included a DRA rent revenue budget of $7,079,186. Updated estimates established by me, not the DRA, now project DRA rent revenues at $7,302,571, representing a $223,385 increase in general fund revenue. While the DRA is not amending their revenue estimates for the year, I feel comfortable amending my recommendation. These final adjustments resulted in a revised city tax rate of still just over $10 for fiscal year 2027. The difference is the lower tax rate maintains the same rate as previously established for the current fiscal year. So the previous 1% tax rate increase is no longer part of my recommendation. The following outlines the impact of lowering the fiscal year 2027 tax rate. And while I'm not going to go through all the impacts on the different classes of property, I will say that the impact on the average homeowner has gone down from 3% to 1.97% should on the 28th you adopt this amended budget or tax levy recommendation. I respectfully recommend you set the public hearing date of April 28th, 2026.
All right, well, thank you, Mike. So just to be clear on this for the members of the public, so there will be opportunity for public input tomorrow night on every single department that's presented tomorrow night, again on Wednesday night for every department that's going to be presented on Wednesday night, and then there will be public input during the actual public hearing that we are setting here, which is the final night to be able to adopt the budget on the 28th. So just to make that clear, but I won't be asking for public input immediately on this item, although I will note that there will be a public input period later in this agenda, so you can feel free to provide public input on any matters you like. So just to state this one more time, Mike, your recommendation now is to not have any sort of an increase from the tax rate that we had in the previous year. So you originally had a 1% increase, and now your increase is 0. Is that correct?
Yes, so my recommendation is the tax rate not be increased from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27.
All right. Can I ask if you could provide a little more of your insight on the DRA projections? You're saying that the projections have come in looking more positive than the conservative numbers that we were provided by the DRA. The DRA leadership is still not really, they don't really want to increase their projections at this time, but you feel comfortable doing so. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
So in late 2025, when we asked the DRA to submit their projections to us so we could start preparing the budget, they did that. And I reviewed them and thought they were overly conservative. So I met with Anthony Williams, the new president and CEO of the DRA, and Brian Rakestraw, the chief financial officer, and had a really good discussion about their projections, which they said they did not want to change them, which I tried to convince them that they should. Now that so the fiscal year of the DRA starts January 1st, unlike ours starts July 1st. So now that they've finished their first quarter of their fiscal year, they're 6.3% ahead of their projections for revenues, the rent payments to the city. And so I'm not recommending that we go 6.3%. I think this is about 5%. I guess I would have to recalculate that. We changed some numbers several times last week, but I think this is about a 5% projected increase in their revenue estimates. But so it still provides a margin of error, and I think still respects their efforts to be conservative.
Thank you for that. Can I ask one more follow-up? So their reticence to be less conservative on this, is there a reason for it that they've given you in what they're doing? Because as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about the hotel's coming online, the amphitheater's coming online. They're already having a great year without those things fully online. So
Right.
just give me a little more on that.
Sure. Well, two of the things, the words you used, coming online. So they're not exactly sure how well the hotel is going to do. And of course, the hotel, I shouldn't say of course, but the hotel doesn't affect our rent payments because our rent payments are a percent of the coin-in and the table. Of course. Gambling. So what they're saying is they're not sure yet how the new hotel will affect their gambling revenues because it's a new hotel. As a matter of fact, the 7th floor doesn't even open until June. So I'm sorry, the 7th floor, the top floor, which is the restaurant and so forth. And then the same thing with the amphitheater. They've never had an amphitheater before. So they said, we really don't feel comfortable being too optimistic about what impact the amphitheater is going to have until we see what impact the amphitheater is going to have. And then also in December, the new casino is going to open in the Quad Cities. I'm sorry, in Cedar Rapids. And the study that was done for the state Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission showed that opening of that casino will only have a 5% negative impact on our casino. The bigger impact's going to be on the casino in Waterloo and the casino just south of Iowa City in Riverside. I'm sorry, and some of the Quad Cities. They also are not sure, what is that impact going to be? And so I respect their conservatism, even though I tried to argue against it. But I think that the current performance is showing, even without those attributes, as you say, they're having a pretty darn good year. And I think they're going to have a heck of a lot better year once the amphitheater opens, once the hotel is fully going full bore. So, yeah. And I'll tell you another reason. I have a tremendous amount of faith in Anthony Williams. Not only am I on the board, so I meet with him, every month as an executive board member and every month as a full board member, but I have lunch with him every month and we discuss issues. That guy is brilliant. He's got some great ideas. I really think he is going to monetize those investments.
Well, I appreciate that. One more thing, and then I'll open it up for the rest of us. But I will point out, you did say that you were already making conservative projections in the beginning. When you first presented the budget to us, you pointed this out. So this isn't that surprising. And the other thing is that, in prior years, this has happened where things have occurred that have changed the tax rate and that you and the finance office have been working on it throughout the time that we're doing the budget. So it's also not very surprising there. So, and finally, you could have actually made this suggestion at the very beginning. You just chose not to because those were such conservative numbers that they were handing you and you wanted to see a little bit more what was going on. I can understand where you're coming from there. Okay, open it up for discussion. Not hearing any. Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion on this matter, then we can set the property tax public hearing. So motion here is to receive and file this information, adopt the resolutions that were attached, and then set the public hearing for April 28th, 2026. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Next on the agenda are boards and commission appointments. We have boards and commission appointment for the Housing Commission tonight.
All right, so we have one 3-year term through August 17th, 2027, and one applicant, Kathy Mock Dickens. So I will entertain a motion here, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to appoint Kathy Mock Dickens to the Housing Commission for a 3-year term through August 17th, 2027.
Second by Wethel.
And a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Next are public hearings. We have 14 public hearings tonight. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the public hearing items, please plan to approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input for the public hearing you would like to speak to. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function and state your question, or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input for the public hearing you would like to speak to. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order for the participants. Public hearing number 1, amending historic millwork district planned unit development to allow removal of a portion of 850 Jackson Street.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Wally.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Wally Warmont, Planning Services Director. The Zoning Advisory Commission has reviewed a request from the applicant, Matthew Lund, who's present with us tonight, if you have any questions for him, to amend the Historic Millwork District Plan Unit Development Concept Plan. The amendment would allow demolition of a one-story, nondescript concrete block portion of the building located at 850 Jackson Street. This is the building that was located in your packet of information. While retaining the 2-story brick structure, because the current plan unit development designates the entire structure for adaptive reuse, City Council approval is required to authorize this change. The applicant supports the request for several reasons tied to functionality and the historic character. He stated that the one-story addition is not consistent with the district, obscures key architectural features of the original brick building, and limits the usability of the space due to its low roof line. Removing this portion would improve the site by exposing historic building elements, increasing investors' appeal, and creating opportunities for outdoor space and building upgrades, such as accessibility improvements and utility enhancements. Staff noted during the public hearing that while the Historic Millwork District Master Plan originally anticipated the reuse of the structure, it does not distinguish between the historic brick portion and the later block addition. The proposed demolition would require an amendment to the plan unit development, effectively reclassifying this portion of the site for future new construction. Any redevelopment would still require to comply with the applicable standards, which include our Unified Development Code, our Development Review Team process, downtown design guidelines, and Historic Millwork District regulations. This site could not be converted to parking without additional approval by the City Council. The Zoning Advisory Commission discussed the proposal and generally agreed that the one block addition is not fitting with the character of the Historic Millwork District. No public input was received on the request, and by a unanimous vote of 6-0, the Commission recommends that the City Council approve the amendment. A simple majority vote is all that's needed for City Council to approve this. All right.
Thank you, Wally. Well, we're in a public hearing to consider amending the Historic Millwork District Plan Unit Development to allow removal of a portion of 850 Jackson Street. Do we have any members of the public to address us on this item this evening? Please.
My name is Matthew Lund. I'm at 424 Pawnee Court, Galena, Illinois. And Wally did a great summary on what we're trying to do. So if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Or
All right, perfect. Thank you, Matthew, for your comments. Anyone else? Anything virtually? All right, back to us then for any discussion. I'm seeing and hearing none. Mr. Resnick.
I'm sure everybody on the council is thanking you very much for doing the work. And I noticed that it was cut into the brick just a little bit on both sides to secure it. Is that true? And we're not replacing, we're not fixing those, right? You were just getting rid of that. Right.
You want to come up?
It's just the block and the roof, right? And all the connections.
There's a roof and yeah, the wall next to the south building, there's a CMU block wall that runs along there, and there's a block wall in the back. So all of that block is going to come out, and basically there's some steel beams that are needled into the old building on the north. So basically we're going to fix all the brickwork on both the north and the south. So it'll look like it should.
Oh, great.
And then we'll come back with, I think we have to come back with a proposal to you guys for what we're going to do.
Right now, it'll be a passageway then?
Yeah, right now it'll be a corridor, basically. But our goal would be like if we did a restaurant or something, it would have, outdoor seating, and it'd be developed, and it would support that two-story historic space so that we can keep that open and heavy timbers, and then put like the commercial kitchen, all the utility type stuff and stairwells in that corridor. So that's probably what we're going to present when we come back.
Well, it all sounds great. First things first.
Yeah,
Yes.
first we got to get people excited.
I
about
appreciate
it.
you're going to actually fix that brick on those two buildings too.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Fabulous. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Anyone else? All right. Well, motion here is to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver? Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
And motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 2 is request to vacate and dispose of portions of an interest in city-owned property by development agreement with Dubuque Museum of Art.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Sprank, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Zahoyas is recommending City Council approval of the proposed development agreement between the City of Dubuque and Dubuque Museum of Art and the vacating and disposal of the city lots 623B, 648A, 648B, and Lot 2 of Woodward Place in the City of Dubuque to Dubuque Museum of Art be approved through the adoption of the enclosed resolution. The portions of the street and alley right-of-way areas to be vacated and disposed of are located in the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal District per the adopted, amended, and restated urban renewal plan for the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal District. The disposition of properties for private development purposes in the district requires special competitive bidding procedures which would apply to the subject street and the alley right-of-way areas. The accompanying resolution and notice document has been prepared to applicable public notice and disposition requirements. The City Council approved the platting of city lots and Lot 2 of Woodward Place in the City of Dubuque and the setting of a public hearing for the approval of the development agreement and the vacation and disposal of the property at its March 16th, 2026 meeting. On March 20th, 2026, notice of the April 20th, 2026 public hearing was published in compliance with Iowa Code and then provided other potential developers the opportunity to bring forward a competing proposal for development of the property. If a competing proposal was received, the City Council could consider the 2 proposals and select the proposal it determines is in the best interest of the community. No competing proposals were submitted. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
All right, thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider approval of a request to vacate and dispose of portions of an interest in city-owned property by development agreement with the Dubuque Museum of Art. Do we have anyone from the public to comment on this item? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? No. All right. Back to us then for any discussion. Seeing and hearing none. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 3 is Dubuque Children's Zoo lease agreement.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by
Got a
Wethel.
motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation Director Matt Kalsovich is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution approving a lease agreement between the City of Dubuque and Dubuque Children's Zoo boosters. The Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed the proposed lease agreement and unanimously approved it at their March 10th, 2026 meeting. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consider the Dubuque Children's Zoo lease agreement. Do we have anyone from the public to address us on this item? Seeing nobody here. Anyone virtually? No. Okay. Back to us for discussion. Ms. Roussel?
Thank you. I just think it's great when you see a group of residents that take things upon themselves to make it better and take care of a property like this to provide services for kids to come and see animals. So great, good job, Children's Zoo boosters.
Thanks, Ms. Roussel. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 4. Collateral assignment of development agreement HG APT LLC to Bellevue State Bank.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Spring.
Motion by Resnick, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant Economic Development Director Ian Hatch is recommending city council approval for resolution approving a collateral assignment of development agreement by and between the city of Dubuque and HGAPT LLC, assigning rights to Bellevue State Bank for the redevelopment of 2901 Central Avenue. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consider the collateral assignment of development agreement with HG APT LLC to Bellevue State Bank. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Seeing nobody here, anybody virtually? No. All right, back to us for discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Resnick.
Yes, thank you. I just need a little enlightenment about a collateral assignment. I'm not sure exactly what that is.
I gotta put on my glasses, sorry. So the borrower from the property it is going to develop it, and they've got a loan agreement with their lender. And one of the terms of that, back up, there's the development agreement. They're gonna get some TIF payments and things of that nature. The lender requires that they deliver this assignment as collateral for the loans. So it's like part of their loan package that they do this. And so it allows them to get the financing as part of the process. So it's a piece of making the whole deal work.
I see. Well, thank you. I don't remember that we've used TIF for collateral before. Is that common?
We've done a collateral assignments before, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Sprank.
Thank you. Corinna, another weird question regarding that. There's currently a for sale signs, like the property's for sale. So what will happen if it sells and somebody takes new ownership of it then?
So if a property sells, likely we would be asked to do like an assignment or something of that nature. That is also a disposition of an interest in real estate, so it would come back to you for public hearing on that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 5, development agreement, Iron Creek Group LLC for the redevelopment of 1222 to 1240 Locust Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolutions.
Second by Wethel.
All right, got a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. I do think there's one resolution here, just so we're clear on that one in this case. So, Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant Economic Development Director Ian Hatch is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution approving a proposed development agreement by and between the City of Dubuque and Iron Creek Group LLC providing for the issuance of urban renewal tax increment revenue grant obligations. Iron Creek LLC submitted an application for housing creation and the rehabilitation of the facade of 1240 Locust Street. The applicant is proposing a $600,000 project that will create 8 new residential rental units and restore the building facade. The key elements of the development agreement include the following. Number one, developer will make a capital investment of approximately $600,000 to rehabilitate the property. Number two, developer must create 8 residential rental units. Number three, developer will receive 15 years of tax increment financing incentives in the form of semi-annual rebates. Tax increment financing incentives are estimated not to exceed $78,777. Number four, city to award a downtown housing incentive grant in an amount of $80,000, which is $10,000 for each of the 8 units. Number five, city to award a downtown rehabilitation grant not to exceed $35,000. Number six, City of Dubuque will amend the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal District Plan to accommodate the issuance of tax increment financing incentives. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider a development agreement with Iron Creek Group LLC for the redevelopment of 1222 to 1240 Locust Street. Do we have anyone to comment on this item here today? Nobody here that I see. Anyone virtually? All right, I'll bring it back to us for discussion. I just want to say I'm excited to see this development on this block. It's a block you don't realize there's a number of vacant units, and it's great to be able to see somebody actually investing in these spots to be able to bring that neighborhood back to life in a place that's, I think, in a really strategically important spot in downtown. So it's great to see. All right, no other discussion on this item. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 6 is development agreement Miller Companies LLC for the redevelopment of 730 Main Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant Economic Development Director Ian Hatch is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution approving a development agreement by and between the City of Dubuque and Miller Development LLC, providing for the issuance of urban renewal tax increment revenue grant obligations. Miller Development LLC submitted an application for housing creation and the rehabilitation of the facade of 730 Main Street. The applicant is proposing an $850,000 project that will create 4 new residential rental units, rehabilitate the first floor commercial space, and restore the building facade. The key elements of the development agreement include the following. 1, the developer will make a capital investment of approximately $850,000 to rehabilitate the property. Number 2, developer must create 4 residential rental units. Number 3, developer will receive 15 years of tax increment financing incentives in the form of semi-annual rebates. Tax increment financing incentives are estimated not to exceed $110,620. Number 4, city to award a downtown housing incentive grant in an amount of $40,000, which is $10,000 times 4 units. Number 5, city to award a downtown rehabilitation grant not to exceed $35,000. Number 6, City of Dubuque will amend the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal District Plan to accommodate the issuance of tax increment financing incentives. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider a development agreement with Miller Companies LLC for the redevelopment of 730 Main Street. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing nobody here. Anyone virtually? No. All right, thank you very much. Back to us then for any discussion. I would just add another area I'm excited to see development. I think it's been great, and I appreciate Chris Miller and his team doing this work in that particular block, another block that really needs some life breathed into it. So do appreciate to see these development agreements coming before us. All right, motion here is to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
I'm going to abstain.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That's a motion of 6 with 6 ayes, 1 abstention. So that motion passes.
Public hearing number 7, consent to assignment of development agreement and Karmic Management, Inc. to Linseed Lofts LLC.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Spring.
Motion by Wethel, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. Senior Counsel Barry Lindahl is recommending City Council adopt a resolution approving the consent to the assignment of the development agreement executed by Carmack Management and Linseed Lofts and authorizing the mayor to execute the assignment on behalf of the city of Dubuque. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
All right, thank you, Mike. In a public hearing now to consider the assignment of development agreement and Carmack Management LLC to Linseed Lofts LLC. Do we have anyone here to address us on this item this evening? Seeing nobody here. Anyone virtually? Okay, thank you both. All right, back to us for discussion. None here. All right. Motion here is to receive and file, adopt the resolution, I knew I was going to do it at least once. With this many public hearings, I was going to, almost said the name, but Trish, would you call the roll, please? Thank you.
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Leindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 8, consent to assignment of development agreement, Outfly Development LLC, to Verena Court Exchange LLC.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Just for the record, we are halfway through the public hearing marathon. Mike, please.
Thank you. Senior Counsel Barry Lindahl is recommending City Council adopt a resolution approving the consent to the assignment of the development agreement by and between the City of Dubuque and Outfly Development to Verena Court Exchange LLC and give authorization to the mayor to execute the assignment on behalf of the city. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consent to the assignment of a development agreement with Outfly Development LLC to Verena Court Exchange LLC. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Nobody here? Anybody virtually? No. Nobody? All right, back to us then for any discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Resnick.
I just wanted to say I'm very encouraged by all these development agreements coming through. And if there were 100 of these tonight, I'm sure you'd be happy to do all 100 because it's great. It's growing the city. People and all these developers have a positive influence on us as a city and on our residents. It's just exciting. And there's more to come as well. But I'd just love to see it. I know that our economic development department is kind of probably tired after all this good hard work, but we appreciate their work. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Resnick. All right. Well, we have a motion to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Leindecker?
I'm going to abstain.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and 1 abstention.
Public hearing number 9, grant of easement, Holy Family Catholic School.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolutions.
Second by Leindecker.
I got a motion by Wethel. I'll give the Leindecker the second there. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Ahoyas is recommending City Council approval of a stormwater detention basin and sports field easement across city-owned property in Veterans Memorial Park as part of a proposed Wallert Campus Improvement Project. Holy Catholic Family Schools is currently planning a large-scale campus improvement project affecting most of the Wallert campus north of the existing school building complex. The improvements include site grading, new tennis courts, baseball fields, football field, track and field facilities, practice field, and stormwater detention facilities. Due to space limitations and the existing stormwater drainage patterns of the area, Holy Family Catholic Schools is requesting an easement over a portion of the western side of the Veterans Memorial Park property for the proposed stormwater detention basin and sports field encroachments. Portions of the private improvements are proposed to be located on city park property between the Holy Family Catholic Schools' eastern property boundary and the park's Frisbee Golf Course. Holy Family Catholic Schools will be responsible for all maintenance associated with the private improvements on city property. City reserving the right to install utilities in the easement area as long as they do not interfere with the Holy Family Catholic Schools easement uses. The attached exhibits show the city property and the proposed easement to Holy Family Catholic Schools. Parks and Recreation and Engineering Department staff have reviewed the plan and determined that the proposed easement area is not needed for any current or future plans for the park. The proposed stormwater detention facility will benefit the city park property, and that the runoff will be controlled, which will help reduce the erosion washout issues that the west side of the park is currently experiencing. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consider approval of a grant of easement to Holy Family Catholic Schools. Do we have anyone here to address us on this item? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? All right. Okay, back to us then for discussion. Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. So a lot of work has gone into this. I appreciate the Holy Family Catholic Schools going through all this to improve the education of the students. One phrase, Frisbee golf, is that different than disc golf?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's disc golf.
Yeah.
Well, I said it's Frisbee golf.
I know, it's disc golf. though. But I mean.
We could call it pie plate golf, whatever we want to call it. Yeah.
Don't call it. Anyway, so my question is, are we moving it a little bit? Are we eliminating the disc golf, or what is the plan? I know there are some people who are very enthusiastic about disc golf, sometimes called Frisbee golf.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director. Yes, to clarify, disc golf, Frisbee golf is somewhat of an interchangeable term, so you're correct, those are synonymous. As far as the use of the current space or the reconfiguration, we're working closely with the club that we support to do any modification around the construction. But again, as the city manager mentioned, some added stability to the space itself in terms of managing some of the runoff and some of the erosion. So we should be able to create an even more dynamic, better long-term existence for our disc golf location.
Great. I mean, it was kind of a forgotten area back there in the rough, and I'm glad that you're looking for the opportunity to not only improve the area for Holy Family Catholic Schools, but to improve it for our disc Frisbee golfers.
I do want to give credit to that group of users who have been very invested in the betterment of that area, the improvement of that area, and just the upkeep of what exists, and they've been a great partner, so we're excited to expand what we can do with them through this project and how they might use what's happening to improve their space.
There's a lot going on at Holy Family Schools for building and getting students and making things happen, so I'm looking forward to this new development as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, and I'll just add before we go to a vote that this is one of those areas where, you know, when it comes down to it, there might be a little bit of movement of the disc golf, but it's kind of a no-brainer to be able to help for a really transformative project for kids and families at the Holy Family Catholic Schools. And it's nice to be able to add to that in some way, in a way that is really pretty simple, to be able to give a little bit of land to help with the drainage issues and really benefit both sides. So appreciate the proposal and really easy work that it was to be able to talk through that. So thanks to everybody who was involved. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolutions. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Leindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 10 is 2026 pavement marking project.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Got a motion by Wethel, second by Roussel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost amount of $214,000 for the 2026 pavement marking project through the adoption of the attached resolution. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
All right, thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to talk about the 2026 pavement marking project. Any public input on this item? Unsurprisingly, no. Any virtual input? All right, excellent. Back to us for discussion then. No discussion here. Ready to mark some pavement. Motion here is to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 11 is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package Number 4.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Sprank.
Got a motion by Roussel, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, an estimated cost of $257,000 for the 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 4 through the adoption of the attached resolution. The 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 4 will provide for the replacement of 38 access curb ramps, adjacent street pavement work, curb and gutter replacement, sidewalks, 2 storm sewer intakes, and landscape restoration work. The project is in coordination with the Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program at the following locations: Stafford Street from East 22nd to Garfield Avenue, 8 ramps. Humboldt Street from High Bluff Street to Garfield Avenue, 5 ramps. Schiller Street and Garfield Avenue intersection, 2 ramps. Farley Street and High Bluff Street intersection, 4 ramps. Fengler Street from High Bluff Street to Garfield Avenue, 3 ramps. Ann Street and Garfield Avenue intersection, 4 ramps. Dock Street from Romberg Avenue, Garfield Avenue, 5 ramps. Marshall Street and Garfield Avenue intersection, 3 ramps. Decatur Street from Prescott Street to Garfield Avenue, 4 ramps. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to talk about bid package 4 for the Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none here. Anybody virtually? No. Thank you. Back to us for any discussion. I'll just note that we've had several of these. Obviously, this is numbered number 4, but we're doing the ramps along streets and curbs along while we do the overlay project for streets themselves. So we're doing these kind of one bid package at a time. We've discussed that before. Yeah, Mr. Sprank.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess my question is, and maybe Gus can answer this, is going to be taking place right in the middle of summer. We also know Ragbri is going to be coming down Romberg. I'm hoping Garfield won't be shut down. Well, because I'm going to guess everybody's going to want to go down Garfield to get out of town. So just that's my only concern, if that's going to be affected.
Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel, and we will coordinate, to make sure that we're able to accommodate Ragbri.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprank. Thanks, Bob. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing 12, amended and restated urban renewal plan for the Dubuque Industrial Center Economic Development District Urban Renewal Plan version 2026.1.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Economic Development Director Jill Connors is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution of adoption for the amended and restated Urban Renewal Plan version 2026.1 for Dubuque Industrial Center Economic Development District. The proposed amended and restated Urban Renewal Plan for the district would expand the district to include property to be designated as new Sub-Area Y. The expansion of the district to include Sub-Area Y, which exists within the Dubuque Industrial Center West Industrial Park on Chavanel Road, would allow for future development of currently undeveloped land. City staff have been approached by a private developer regarding a potential industrial project on this property. Adding the property to the urban renewal area would make financial incentives available if a development agreement is ultimately reached. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to talk about the amended and restated urban renewal plan for the Industrial Center, version 2026.1. Do we have any public input on this item? None here. Anybody virtually? No. All right. All right. Back to us for discussion. We do these a lot. They kind of come before us, and everything's in the packet, so. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lindecker. Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing 13, Public Works concrete banding and crack sealing project.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant Public Works Director and Project Manager Max O'Brien is recommending City Council approve the plan specifications, form of contract, and construction estimate of $228,494 for the Public Works concrete banding and crack sealing project through the adoption of the attached resolution. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to talk about the Public Works concrete banding and crack sealing project. Any public input on this item? None here. Anyone virtually? No. Okay. Back to us for discussion. Seeing and hearing none here. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing 14, ordinance amendment, residential parking permit, District A.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Ahoyas is recommending City Council approve the amendment of the residential parking permit district for District A along Gray Street. The petition, which was submitted on December 8, 2025, represents an excess of 60% of the dwelling units along Gray Street between Ida Street and North Grandview Avenue, as is required under the ordinance. This proposed area is from 1830 Gray Street, where the last residential parking district sign is placed, to 1730 Gray Street. This would be classified as shorter than 2 block faces, although from the city's parking study of this area indicates that during the requested time period, at least 80% of the curbside spaces were utilized, and at least 25% of such curbside parking spaces were utilized by non-resident parkers. The existing district hours are 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. except Sundays and holidays. The petition therefore meets the requirements of the district amendment ordinance. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval of the amendment of the residential parking permit ordinance.
Thank you, Mike. So we're in a public hearing to talk about the ordinance amendment for the residential parking permit District A. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none here. Anything virtually? Okay, thank you both. Back to us for any discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Mr.
just quickly, Mr. Van Milligan, what is the origin of this request to have this done? Was this a group or?
City Engineer Gus Ahoyas is going to address your questions.
Thank you.
Gus Ahoyas, City Engineer. Usually it's just 1 or 2 people get together and get a petition. There's probably about 10 houses involved from 1730 to 1830 Gray Street that are affected. I'm guessing it could be hospital parking, people park there, or maybe, or maybe the new restaurant that's there.
All right, so, there was private citizens who had requested
Yes, well,
this?
property owners
Right.
along that
Super.
stretch from 1730 to 1830.
And I'm going to support this. Is there a criteria for you bringing it forward, or you
If it
bring?
has 60% of
That's
the
60%.
people along that stretch, then we bring it forward. And of course, it has to meet the criteria where the certain block faces are filled, the stalls are filled. We've determined that they're non-residents. They're from beyond the district. So we do all that work prior to bringing it forward to you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions for Gus while we got him? All right, thanks,
Thank
Gus.
you.
Any other discussion? Not seeing any, so motion here is to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Lindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
And motion passes 7-0.
Mayor Kavanaugh, I'm going to pass this off to City Attorney Crenna. I request permission to leave for medical reasons.
Okay, absolutely,
Thank
Trish.
you.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Krenna.
And Krenna, do you want me to take the reading from here?
I can muddle through,
Okay.
and I might need to tap you in.
Okay.
We'll tag team it.
There you go. Next on the agenda is public input. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting may address the city council on the action items on the agenda or on matters under the control of the city council. For all in-person attendees, please approach the podium and state your name and address. When the mayor asks if there is any in-person input, for all remote attendees, please enter your name and address into the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Individual remarks are limited to 5 minutes, and the overall public input period is limited to 30 minutes. Under the Iowa Open Meetings Law, the city council can take no formal action on comments given during public input or that do not relate to action items on the agenda.
All right, thank you, Krenna. All right, we have public input, please.
Good evening, mayors and council members. My name is Mike Wallou. I reside at 3065 Arbor Oaks Drive. I am here today to discuss concerns raised by city's handling of administrative recharges and enterprise fund allocations. A little background about me. I passed the CPA exam in 1994. Although I do not currently hold an active license, I am a registered certified public accountant in the state of Illinois. In 2007, I earned a graduate certificate in forensic accounting and fraud investigations from West Virginia University. I am a retired federal agent from 35 years with the Internal Revenue Service. My professional experience caused me to question the city's methods for allocating shared services costs among departments. In particular, I'm concerned about whether the city has a consistent, documented, and explainable policy for charging shared administrative costs, such as those relating to human resources, payroll, benefit administration, and general support functions. Government accounting standards require inter-fund shared service charges to be reasonable, supportable, and based on documented allocation methods. In practice, that means the city should be able to explain the costs of being allocated, why those costs are being allocated, and what basis is being used to determine how the costs are distributed among funds and departments. My concern is that the city does not appear to have a written policy or a cost allocation plan that clearly explains how these charges are calculated and applied. Without any kind of documentation, it becomes difficult for the public, council members, auditors, affected ratepayers to know whether the allocations are fair and consistent and properly supported. There's a couple of concerns that just kind of go through my mind when I saw this and read about this. Whether there's classes of citizens or utility customers are being charged for costs that should instead be borne by other departments or the general fund. Whether absence of clear and documented allocation methodology creates a risk for unfair, fair, or disproportionate cost shifting. Whether the lack of formal policy exposes the city to audit findings, legal challenges, or allegation that charges are not being applied in a transparent or defensible way. Whether the city's external auditors reviewed these allocating practices closely enough to determine whether they were adequately documented and consistently applied. My purpose in raising this issue is not simply to criticize, but to encourage the city to adopt better financial governance practices. A clear policy would help to protect citizens, improve transparency, and strengthen confidence in the city's financial reporting and budgeting policies. I respectfully request that the council direct staff to provide a written policy, methodology, and supporting documentation used to allocate shared service costs, to consider adopting a formal cost allocation policy if one does not already exist. The city should be able to show that these charges are based on consistent, documented, explainable methods that treats all funds and ratepayers fairly.
Thank you, Mike, for your comments.
Welcome. Thank you for your time.
Others this evening for public input.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jared McGovern, 12451 Oakbrook Place, Dubuque, Iowa. And I'm here to speak in reference to the budgeting process here for fiscal year 2027, specifically as it relates to funding sustainability initiatives in the Sustainable Department in Dubuque, as well as some of the initiatives within the Parks and Recreation Department. But first, I want to start by telling a little bit of a story. So I'm a boomeranger. I mean, most of you guys know what that is. In Dubuque are young people who grew up here, whose families grew up here, and who left and came back. And then I left again, and I came back again. And I have been back now for the last 16 years, and I'm raising 3 amazing young humans. And so first off, again, thank you for the vote with Holy Family Catholic Schools. My kids are eventually going to be recipients of that amazing infrastructure project that's happening right now at the Waller campus. But one of the things that keeps me coming back to this community is the focus on sustainability. The Dubuque community has shown that prioritizing sustainability across all departments and what it is to be a city municipal government has proven successful as a model for other communities of our size. And sustainability isn't just about reducing and reusing and recycling. It isn't just about compost. It just isn't just about turning off your water when you're brushing your teeth, or about turning off the light when you're not in the room. Sustainability is about transportation efficiencies, about air quality efficiencies by timing stoplights appropriately. Sustainability is about water, drinking water production being one of the most energy-intensive aspects of what this community is, and every municipal government, and partnering with entities like IBM to institute smart water meters across the city, saving the city a ridiculous amount of money over the last 15 to 20 years. Sustainability is about empowering youth to take action on things that they are passionate about. Sustainability is about outdoor recreational amenities, green space that leads to the health and wellness of human beings and the academic outcomes of our children. Sustainability in this community is also a tool in which we can utilize to sell ourselves for people like me in my age demographic with young families to come to this community, because people don't just come to a community because of the work. They don't just come to a community because of the cost of living. They come to a community because of the things that they can do outside of work. They come here to work, to live, and to play. We need to remember that play part, and sustainability is part of that. And I will give mad props to any individual within any entity that can take allocated budgets and leverage that money time and time again, multiple times over, to fund their own initiatives and their own programs, which is what happens in the sustainability department, which is what happens in every department in the city of Dubuque. Our tax dollars, man, we punch above our weight as a community. We are an example to other communities on how you can build out a plan, how you can utilize tax dollars efficiency, and you can take those tax dollars and you can multiply them with external investment coming into this community to give us the things that we deserve. And I've been sitting in some of these city council meetings, and some of the things that I've seen through our parks master planning process, that the community asking for more, not less. And that we are in a hard time right now, and that you all have really, really hard decisions to make, and there are elements at play that are outside of your control. And for that, I'm incredibly thankful because this is a very difficult time and you all have very difficult decisions to make. But the things that set Dubuque apart are not just sustainability initiatives and an amazing team of human beings who are passionate about this place. It is this place. Like, just this place itself is special. The natural beauty of this place and the things that we do as a community to accentuate that beauty, to add to that beauty. The horticultural work that we do, the planters that we have, the way that we take industrial centers like the Millwork District or the riverfront, and we beautify those utilizing hanging baskets and annual flowers and all sorts of different stuff that we're able to do as a community because we do have a greenhouse. And I'm gonna tell you right now that if we ever got rid of that greenhouse, you're gonna want it back. Because when you look at the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and you look at adding additional areas, transitioning turf grass in underutilized spaces to native plants, but also expanding upon environmental education programming, that's an asset. That's a possibility. So instead of looking at things on a spreadsheet and thinking that, wow, this is a lot of money, maybe we should get rid of this because we're having a hard time, I ask that we instead do what Dubuque has always done, is that we innovate. We look at the assets in which we have and we find ways in which we can utilize those to provide the services that this community is demanding through the many, many strategic plans that we have at our disposal. That greenhouse is a beautiful thing. More people need to get into that greenhouse. More students need to learn about horticulture in that greenhouse, learn about soil health, learn about botany, learn about entomology, study of insects, learn about pathogens, right? That is a career pathway in that greenhouse that we can utilize. And that is an environmental education asset that we should be prioritizing and expanding upon. And as we transition into more native plantings, more perennials, as is requested by many of our community members across all of our different, I don't know, what do you guys, wards? That's what it is, right? Wards, sweet, I got it right. We should be expanding upon what our greenhouse can do for us because it is going to save us money in the long run. Now, I don't know all these detailed numbers, but everybody else does. I speak in a way of outcomes. And I can tell you right now that if it were not for the focus on sustainability in this community, if it was not for the National Mississippi River Museum and Aquarium, if it was not for the natural assets and the flowers and the beautiful planters and the work that our horticultural team does with our Parks and Recreation Department, I would not be here. I would not be living here. And I can tell you there's a lot of people like me that would not be here either. So these areas in particular, we need to be prioritizing. We need to be investing in. We need to be finding ways in order to lift these areas up and these people up because they are creating a community that will attract and retain a workforce and will keep young people here in Dubuque, which is what we all want. So for that, I very much thank you for your time. I very much thank you for your efforts. Dubuque, as a sustainable city, has made leaps and bounds in what it means to value our relationship with nature and leverage the Mississippi River and other amenities that we have at our disposal. So again, thank you for listening. Thank you for the time. Go State. I don't know.
Thank you, Jared, for your comments.
I don't know how to follow that one up. Hey, this is Scott Ganchert. I live at 988 Mella Drive. Hearing all the comments about the renewals and the rebuilding of downtown buildings and streets and infrastructure. I also own a building at 700 Cedar Cross Road. It's about a one-block section of Cedar Cross Road that has no curb and gutter, no storm sewer. There's great development at the, I don't know if it goes south or east on Cedar Cross. It's awesome. Then you come up to our section, go up a big hump, and it's just, the asphalt's falling apart. I mean, it's been on the books for 25 years, then it goes off. Every 5 years it comes up, then it goes off. And I think, Mike, you've been here long enough to know how long it's been on there. I'm just wondering why it keeps coming off and nothing gets fixed. So I would appreciate if somebody could get this back on the roll so we could have Cedar Cross Road finished. So I've been told by our realtor that it's 11,000 cars a day go by our building. That's an awful lot of traffic, and that's without the apartments that are being built. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, Scott, for your
Thank
comments.
you.
Good afternoon, Robert Kennecker, 2929 Helm. First of all, kudos, Jared, great job. I want to bounce off what Jared had to say. I'm with the Park and Rec Commission. I'm also with the Sustainability Commission, and I'm also part of the Point Neighborhood Association. Now, with what he all said, I'm going to focus on something a little bit more different. Now, I've been in the greenhouse 4, 5, 6 times. Beautiful area to visit. If you haven't done it, get up there. It is gorgeous. It needs remodeling and updating, which we all know that. But I want to give you an example here. If you come in from South Grandview, just imagine you're a visitor here. No flowers, no trees, no plants, grass is not cut. You get over to Dodge Street, no beautiful plants, nothing on Dodge ever. You go down the Port of Dubuque, the sign, big, beautiful sign. Not lit, grass is not cut, and the plants are not there. We go over the B branch, same resolution, nothing over there. People come to this town for beauty also. And they want to see the plants. And it takes a lot of time to trim them back, cut them back, to give water to these plants and keep them vibrant and beautiful. I mean, they do a great, really great job with them. They really do. We want to keep Dubuque looking beautiful. And part of that is, they use the trails. They use the walkways. They walk the streets. How many people are going down Main Street, Bluff, and different areas, and uptown, Eagle Point Park? They love the beauty of the area and what's going on in Dubuque. Now, if that doesn't get you going, think of it this way. This is the year 2026. This is our 250th anniversary of our birth of our country. They're going to celebrate this summer in Dubuque. They're going to really celebrate. Now, let's add on Ragbri. Coming in the middle of July to the end of July is Ragbri coming through Iowa and up here in Dubuque. They're going to have places to stay, places to eat food, look at the beautiful venue, the plants, the trees, the location. They're going to see all that. Now, let's talk about the Field of Dreams. That's coming in here with the new ballpark. All kinds of amenities going out there. The Ghost players play for free 3 times a year out there in Dyersville. You know how many people stay in Dubuque for hotels and restaurants and give back to this community? That's all economic money coming back to this community. And when you have beauty beyond the stars, if you want to call it that way, they love it. And they comment about it all the time. Who does the plants? Who does the trees? Who does the sidewalks, the grass? They're like, oh my God, it's so meticulously done. So they want to say thank you to all of you. And I hope that when you do the budgets, you keep that in mind. Keep the beauty alive, and let's keep Dubuque striving, because 2027, I guarantee you, we've been a much better year. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for your comments.
Hi, my name is Tammy Vandermillen, 3510 Wagon Wheel Lane. I am a long-term Dubuquer. I just recently had to move to the Green Bay area, and I was there for about 3 years, and I know property taxes are about the same. I couldn't believe the beautification up there, the flowers, the roundabouts, the trees, grass, of course, all the animals up there, and I was complacent living here in Dubuque, and then when I went up there, my eyes were wide open to everything was natural, just beautiful and clean. I mean, I have to say the word clean a lot. So I moved back to be with my son, and I was a little bit embarrassed kind of coming back because Grandview, what happened to it? I know there's a lot of focus on the millwork and some other areas, but what about JFK? I mean, I know the snowplows go and there's no place to put, plants like right there on the road, but some of the establishments could have some plants, but I have to live here because I want to be close to my son, but I do want it to be beautiful. I'd kind of like it to be how it was up in the Green Bay area. It was breathtaking. So I would also like to see Dubuque to be even prettier. I don't know other word to use, but just prettier. I do want to invite family and friends from my New York and Green Bay area, and I want it to be like their place. So Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tammy, for your comments. All right, anybody else? I don't see anybody else here. Anything virtually tonight?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We can move on to action items, please.
All right. Action item 1 is the East-West Corridor Capacity Improvement Project right-of-way property acquisition, approving the offer to buy 2300 University Avenue, which is the Butt property.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wackel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council approve the offer to buy real estate and acceptance agreement between the City of Dubuque and Stephen J. Butt Trust and Patrick J. Schroeder Trust for the property located at 23 University Avenue, and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase agreement. Following the completion of an appraisal process, the city initiated good faith negotiations with Stephen J. Butt Trust and Patricia J. Schroeder Trust representatives. The city presented an offer to buy this to the seller for the just compensation valuation amount of $650,000, which has been accepted by the seller. The adopted fiscal year 26 budget includes $1 million to continue advancement of the development of the East-West Corridor capacity improvements along University Avenue. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? Mr. Resnick.
Well, I'm going to vote for this. I just wanted to say the public who was speaking with us just reminded me what a beautiful place that was to drive by Butt Florist there. And I know that we're going to have the eventual, there's going to be beautification along that east-west corridor. I'm looking forward to that. But I want to thank the Butt family for their long service of Dubuque residents, always keeping their place looking beautiful, and then finally agreeing to sell this to us, and we'll do good things with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll just close by saying that I know that this project has been frustrating for the neighbors in this area. It's been frustrating for the city too. This is an area that needs it. We need to move on these roads. The roundabout's been talked about for a long time. We want to get to this point. Making a purchase like this right now, I think is, I really do appreciate that we were able to come to an agreement and do so in a way that we can start to move this project forward. We've had other discussions about, there's a grant we're applying for this project, so I'm looking forward to continuing this momentum. I'd like to see this momentum continue, and I hope the same for working with other properties in the area. So this is a good start, in my opinion. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So Trish, I'm sorry, who's going to, Krenna?
Gonna do
All right, we wish her well. Krenna, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lyon-Dicker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
As a reminder, action item number 2 was pulled from the agenda at the request of the applicant, so we will move to action item number 3, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency Building Resilience, Infrastructure, and Communities grant application for the B Branch Creek Watershed Flood Mitigation Project.
Motion that we receive and file and approve.
Second by Roussel. Mike, please.
City Engineer Gus Hoyas and Water Resource Recovery Manager Aaron Muring are recommending City Council to proceed with hiring engineering consultants to advance design and complete required analysis in support of Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA Building Resilience Infrastructure Community or application for the B Branch Creek Watershed Mitigation Project. In addition, approve $404,000 to complete the required elements of the grant application. The city submitted a notice of interest, or NOI, to the Iowa Homeland Security and Emergency Management by the April 10th deadline for the 2024 and 2025 Federal Emergency Management Agency Building Resiliency Infrastructure and Communities, or BRIC program. The notice of interest proposed the B Branch Creek Watershed Flood Mitigation Project, which includes storm sewer capacity improvements along 17th Street, West Locust Street, and Kaufman Avenue. The city has since received notification that the project has been advanced and is invited to submit a full project application. Advancement to this stage reflects that the project meets initial program eligibility requirements and is considered competitive for further evaluation. As part of the notice of interest, the city requested the maximum federal share of $20 million. Under Building Resilience, Infrastructure, and Communities BRIC program requirements, this level of federal participation requires a 10% state contribution, or $2 million. In addition, the program requires a minimum local cost share of 15% of the federal request, which in this case would be $3 million. The city notice of interest reflected a local match of $12,275,000, which reflects the planned FY27 to FY31 capital improvement program funding for storm sewer improvements along 7th Street and West Locust Street corridors. Inclusion of this funding was intended to demonstrate local commitment and strengthen the competitiveness of the grant request. Based on these components, the total cost submitted with the notice of interest is $34,300,000. However, the final of the project and corresponding local match will be determined based on the results of the benefit cost analysis. A key requirement of the BRIC application is the preparation of a benefit cost analysis, or BCA, in accordance with the Federal Emergency Management Agency guidelines. To be eligible for funding, the project must demonstrate a benefit cost ratio of at least 1. This analysis quantifies anticipated benefits such as avoided flood damages, reduced emergency response cost, and protection of infrastructure relative to the cost of the proposed improvements. It is important to note that achieving a benefit cost ratio of 1 or greater is not guaranteed. Benefit cost analysis methodologies vary by federal agency and grant program, and results are highly dependent on the specific assumptions and evaluation criteria required. For example, the city previously completed a benefit cost analysis in support of a U.S. Department of Transportation grant application, which demonstrated a benefit cost ratio exceeding 2 for improvements along 17th Street and West Street. However, that same analysis did not support inclusion of the Kaufman Avenue improvements under that program's methodology. The Federal Emergency Management Agency Building Resilience, Infrastructure, and Communities program utilizes a different methodology, and results may vary accordingly. As such, the outcomes of the benefit cost analysis will directly determine which project components, if any, can be competitively advanced with the application. The project scope to be included in the BRIC application will therefore be developed through a combination of identified system needs and the results of the BCA. At this time, the city anticipates evaluating a series of improvement segments, including, number 1, storm sewer improvements along 17th Street at the downstream end near the B Branch Creek, including conveyance beneath the railroad corridor. Number 2, storm sewer improvements along 17th Street from Hebe Street west to Locust Street. Number 3, storm sewer improvements along West Locust Street extending northwest with a potential termini at the Angela Street, Kirkwood Street, or Rosedale Avenue. And 4, storm sewer improvements along Kaufman Avenue from Klein Street west to Kane Street. Each of these segments represents a definable increment of flood mitigation benefit and carries an associated capital cost. The estimated construction costs for each of the identified improvement segments are summarized in the table below. These costs represent planning level estimates and will be refined as design advances. The first segment, 17th Street downstream of the creek crossing, is $5.5 million. 17th Street, Hebe Street to West Locust is $10.5 million. West Locust Street from Hebe to Angela is $5.8 million. West Locust Street, Angela to Kirkwood is $5.6 million. West Locust Street, Kirkwood to Rosedale is $11.3 million. And Kaufman Avenue, Klein to Kane is $15.8 million, for for a total of $54.5 million. The benefit cost analysis will be used to evaluate which improvement segments or combination of segments can be supported under Federal Emergency Management Agency's methodology and competitively advanced through the BRIC application process. As a result, the final scope of improvements included in the application will be informed by both system needs and the outcome of the benefit cost analysis. The city must also coordinate closely with the Iowa Homeland Security and Emergency Management, which serves as the state's administrator for the BRIC program. Iowa Homeland Security and Emergency Management provides technical guidance and review through the application process to ensure submissions meet Federal Emergency Management Agency requirements prior to advancement. This coordination is critical as applications submitted to the Iowa Homeland Security and Emergency Management are expected to be complete and technically sound, allowing Federal Emergency Management Agency to focus on scoring and ranking rather than resolving deficiencies. Iowa Homeland Security and Emergency Management has established a deadline of May 22nd, 2026 for completion of the benefit cost analysis and cost effectiveness determination. This will create a go, no-go decision point. This provides the city with approximately 30 days to complete a benefit cost analysis in accordance with Federal Emergency Management Agency methodology and determine whether the project can advance to full application. Given this compressed timeline, immediate action is required to procure engineering services. Based on similar efforts and the accelerated schedule required, the estimated cost to complete the benefit cost analysis, including evaluation of multiple project scenarios, is approximately $100,000. In addition, engineering consultants will be asked to advance the project plans to the 90% design level by July 15, 2026, which is the deadline for submission of the competitive final draft to the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Based on coordination with engineering firms, the estimated cost to complete this level of design is approximately $340,000. Even if this grant application is not successful, the city will be able to use these designs when funding is identified to complete these projects. To support this effort, it is proposed that funding be provided through the Downtown Tax Increment Financing internal loan funding. Specifically, approximately $2.5 million in FY27 downtown TIF internal loan funding had previously been proposed for deferral to FY28 in anticipation of potential property tax reform impacts. And you'll see my memo says 1.7, but Jennifer Larson corrected that for me. Given the time-sensitive nature of this opportunity, a portion of these funds could be utilized to support the required engineering services. This approach allows the city to advance a competitive grant application while leveraging existing planned resources and maintaining flexibility for future funding decisions. Advancing the design to the 90% level not only strengthens the grant application by improving cost certainty and clearly defining project scope, but also provides lasting value to the city, independent of the grant outcome, by positioning the project to move more efficiently toward bidding once a viable funding strategy is assembled. They recommend that the city proceed with hiring engineering consultants to develop a benefit cost analysis in accordance with the Federal Emergency Management Agency Building Resiliency, Infrastructure, and Communities Program requirements, and to advance the engineering design of the proposed improvements to the 90% level. These efforts are necessary to determine project eligibility, support a competitive grant application, and position the project for timely implementation upon identification of a viable funding strategy. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully recommend approval to hire engineering consultants as necessary to provide a benefit cost analysis, advancing the engineering design of the proposed improvements to the 90% level, and develop a FEMA BRIC grant application for the Bee Branch Creek Flood Mitigation Project, specifically for the 17th Street and West Locust Street and Kaufman Avenue storm sewer improvements including the $440,000 to complete the application.
Thank you, Mike. I'll start us off on this discussion, I think for the benefit of everybody who's thinking about this. So one of the things that I learned really quickly in my trips to Washington to meet with the different departments that we have to meet with is the BRIC grant is a particularly difficult grant to chase. It requires highly specialized planning, essentially, which I think is the nature of the proposal here, to be able to put to be able to get a consultant to be able to work on this in a very short time frame. It has been striking to me, that I think we have a good proposal to be able to chase this grant. And I think we have for years. I actually think that we have a project that is clearly needing to be done. I've looked at where these BRIC grants have gone in other communities and have seen things that are similar to what we're looking at here, but it's really challenging to do because of the benefit cost analysis. It all comes down to the math and the ratios. And what I've noticed too is that when you go to these conferences nationally, you have every single conference, just multiple presentations about BRIC grants and particularly working with FEMA. So it's an extra challenge that I think we can expect. And what I appreciate about this proposal is what I see built into it, the experiences that we've had before. So these ideas of how we have gone after this in the past, I think we've learned from those, and we're really trying to be detailed in this proposal and really trying to chase this quickly and as effectively as we possibly can. This funding would be incredibly helpful for these projects that we're talking about and hearing about frequently. So the flooding that we're experiencing on the streets downtown, specifically 17th and Locust and Kaufman Avenue, as I mentioned here. So I just wanted to give everybody that context because I think this is a worthwhile proposal. I think we should support it, and I know I plan to, and be happy to talk more about it. But those are my thoughts to begin with. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So, really quick turnaround here in May. Are these federal funds allocated in fiscal year 2026? Or is this future funding?
So it's my understanding that this was a program that exists when the new administration came in, but they decided to not move forward with the program immediately. So I think this is an accumulation of a couple of years of funds that were appropriated by Congress. The administration has decided to move ahead with the grant program.
So this is allocated already?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, and if FEMA goes away, that doesn't put the funds at risk, because I've already, been hearing different things about, those type of things. But since the money has been allocated and it is sitting somewhere, I hope, and it'll be used regardless of any other changes that might happen in the federal government. I suppose that you can't answer that, what will happen if something happens, but.
Well, you never know what can happen, but what I do know is that the administration has decided to move ahead with the program, so I don't know what would change their mind. And so once they said, yes, we're going ahead with it, I think they're going ahead with it.
I remember last year we went to DC and we were asked if we were going to actually get funded for the things that we were approved for. So have we been funded for the things that we have been approved for already? And have they allocated the funds that were set aside for the city of Dubuque?
I think the best way to answer that is we have no reason to believe we're not going to get the funding.
I know you said the word competitive several times. So, so is the bigger the number, the better? 1.0 is a minimum, but are they looking for the biggest numbers? Is that part of what they're doing? A 3.0 is better?
So I would assume so. My guess is that, they want the greatest benefit they can get by their investment. The same thing we do locally here. We leverage private investment all the time with our grants and support. So I would bet that probably is part of it. Another key part is this 90% completion on design. Now, some of these projects, we already have a lot of design work done, and I think it's in Darren and Gus's memo. I think, like one is 60% and one is 35%. But they basically tell you have to be at least 90% to apply, because they want to make sure that you're gonna do the project and you're gonna do it quickly. Not you're gonna take a whole bunch of time after you get the grant to actually then do the design work.
Well, our team is really good, as you mentioned, as the mayor mentioned. And I know that we do have a close relationship with our federal partners, and they have been positive to us many times. And I appreciate the words of the mayor with his optimism. So I was trying to total up all the money that, I don't want to say is, we have at risk, but the upfront money that we're using, you mentioned $100,000. The 440 is going to be coming as part of the grant. So besides the $100,000 that I heard mentioned in that long list, what's the total amount that we're putting forward, perhaps to get some specialized engineering done?
Yeah, so you mentioned the $440,000 number. So, and you used the term at risk. So 330,000 of that is to get the projects to the 90% design level. Well, whether we get this grant or not, we are gonna, it's in the city budget to do part of the 17th and Locust project, part of it. And of course, someday you plan to do it all. So that's not at risk at all. It's a good investment. It's just a little earlier than we might have done the design work. Really, the only thing is the $100,000 for the cost benefit analysis. If we spend that money and then we don't get the grant, well, that cost benefit analysis, if we ever apply for another grant, we'll have to do another one. They won't take, this year's and say that's good enough. So I guess you could say that $100,000 is at risk, but the risk is to get a $20 million federal grant, which I think we've got some very compelling reasons to get that grant. So I think it's worth that $100,000, as the term you use, risk.
Well, I'm confident with our team. I'm confident with our partnerships, and so I am going to support this. And this would be very beneficial, obviously, for our city, for our residents. It's big safety. It's a big safety concern, flooding and so much other things going on with this. So, thanks to you and the engineering department to take this on. It's part of the many projects they have, that, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Ms. Russell.
Thanks. This is such an important project for our community, and because we have such a compressed timeline to apply for this huge amount of money, I think it makes sense to utilize a consultant. There was one question I had. I noticed it said something about a state match. Do we have that, or would we get that if we get the grant, or is that kind of questionable?
So I can tell you that Director of Strategic Partnerships, Anderson Sansey, and then Terry Goodman, our strategic partnership consultant, have worked very closely with the state of Iowa, as has our engineering department. And as a matter of fact, I personally and some other city staff were on a webinar they did today for people that submitted a letter of interest. The state did. And we have assurances that if we get the grant, they'll come up with the $2 million match.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wethel.
I, too, am hopeful that this is something that we would receive from the federal government. But if I've learned anything in this role, it's that shovel-ready projects win. And so even if we would be unable to attain this, my thought is we are absolutely going to need this for the next opportunity. And so whether we do it now or we do it when the next thing comes along, the idea of being shovel ready, plan ready, engineering ready, to me matters. And I think it's important we do it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I apologize, but your point is well taken, because as it said in the memo, we previously applied for a DOT grant. So, this isn't the only opportunity we'll ever see to apply for a grant for these projects, and we'll continue to look for them and pursue them.
Mr. Sprank.
Thank you. I know this is a goal and a priority. We want to see the B Branch project finished. I like that this is an opportunity and a funding mechanism to finalize this project. So I'm definitely going to be approving it. And I agree with Ms. Wethel about the idea of shovel-ready projects. If we don't have our paperwork in order, we won't be able to be successful with getting grants. And even if we don't get this one, maybe we can get some partial funding. Who knows? I'm just going to approve it because we know we need it. So thank you.
Mr. Staver.
Yeah, I just had a question on, so the 340 to get us to 90%, what's the shelf life of that kind of plan?
Gus Hoya, city engineer. The shelf life is pretty long. I mean, a project like this, you know, maybe rainfall intensities might change over the course of years. I know that we've seen increased storms and we might have to tweak it a little bit, but I'd say if we look 5 or 10 years in the future, it might still be like 90–95% what we need. And depending on the funding we do get, and we have to maybe repackage the project, it might cost you a few $1,000s to repackage it, depending on the funding and the ability to go up the street as far as we can with the available funding. But it's pretty good. It's probably well over 95%.
Yeah, I mean, not much is going to change. I mean, we have a pretty decent history of rainfall, and we know that the infrastructure needs to be replaced. I think seems like a really good opportunity. You know, most of the money is well spent for the future. You know, David's, you know, we got $100,000 at risk potentially,
Right.
but I think the upside's so huge, you know, you have to do it. So I'll be supporting this for sure.
Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Staver. Anything, Mr. Landecker? No? All right. Okay, thanks, Gus. All right. Appreciate the discussion. The motion here before us is to receive and file and approve. So, Cronin, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Landecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 4 is acceptance of the Hebe Street Reconstruction Project.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick?
I would like to be successful with this motion. There's no suggested disposition, but to achieve these goals, would it be a good motion to say receive and file and adopt the resolutions?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So moved.
Motion from
Second.
Resnick, second from Wethel. Mike, please.
Assistant City Engineer Bob Schissel is recommending City Council accept the public improvements and authorize the payment of the final contract in the amount of $601,779.84 to Perk Tobin Construction for the Hebe Street Reconstruction Project. The Hebe Street Reconstruction Project was completed by Perk Tobin Construction in the final contract amount of $601,779.84, which is an 8.1% decrease from the original contract amount of $655,020.84. Based upon final construction costs, the total amount of special assessments for all associated improvements, including street, private sanitary sewer laterals, and private service laterals, is in the amount of $65,028.65, which is 12.95% or $9,676.97 below the preliminary schedule of assessments estimate that were presented to the property owners as when approved and adopted by the City Council at the project public hearing. This decrease is attributed to lower construction costs for street construction items. The property owners assessed can pay their respective special assessments either partially or in full at the City of Dubuque Office of the City Engineer within the first 30 days after receiving the final notice of special assessment to avoid interest charges. After approximately 30 days, any unpaid assessment balance will be levied against said benefited property with the Dubuque County Treasurer, and any balance over $500 will be payable in 15 annual installments at the County Treasurer's Office and will draw annual interest at 3%. Low to moderate income property owners subject to assessments will be eligible for financial assistance of the assessment for the owner-occupied residential property depending on family size and income level. Following the adoption of the preliminary schedule of assessments, the property owners were mailed a notice of assessment prior to the start of the project. The preliminary assessments were noted as estimates only and that the final assessments would not exceed the preliminary estimates provided with property owners. The final schedule of assessment provides a variance number for each individual property, which is the difference between the preliminary assessments versus the final assessments. You will note that some of the variance numbers are negative, which means that for some of the benefited properties, the final cost for the private water service and private sanitary sewer service improvements were greater than estimated in the preliminary assessments. The mayor and city council do have authority and the option to amend the preliminary schedule of assessments to revise the individual assessments to adjust for the variance. However, historically, the city has not levied a special assessment that was greater than stated in the preliminary schedule of assessments. Staff is recommending that, consistent with past practice, the city council not amend the preliminary schedule of assessments and the city pay the variances. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Discussion. Ms. Wetham.
I'm fascinated by daisy chaining. I think that was a term used, and it's new to me, but it sounds as though this project was much overdue, and I think it goes into great detail in your staff memo, but just the risks of not doing this project were pretty big as a city, and I think we really got a lot done in this project. So I'm going to support it, but I wonder if you just go into a little more detail for those at home to learn about it.
So specifically about the daisy chain reference?
Well,
or-
how one break in one property's utility could actually affect an entire street of properties.
Yeah, this was a very unique street, so, and very old. And so one water service line went up the side of the street, and all the property owners basically shared a shared water service. So the water service came up let's say the east side of the street, and then there was a stub to one property and a stub to another property and a stub to another property, versus, how we do it now is those water services would tie directly into the water main. So if there was a leak or a break in somebody's lateral, it would affect all the 5 or 6 properties along the street because they were basically at a shared water line. So that was one of the significant improvements that were completed as part of this project, was separating that common water service that they all shared, and we extended brand new water main and tied laterals individually to the new water main.
Thank you. I plan to support not amending the assessment, and I'm grateful this project was done. Thanks.
Bob, while I got you there, on the subject of amending those assessments, and I appreciate the explanation to this, it says the city pay the variances. Do you have a general idea what the amount is of what the variance is that the city would be paying?
So for the net water service improvements, the net assessment versus the preliminary assessment versus the final was a negative $2,145 for the water service portions of the project. And for the sanitary sewer improvements to each individual property, the net assessment variance, again, between the preliminary and the final assessment was a negative $10,115. The street assessment, though, however, provided a credit because the street cost came in at a much better bid cost than when we had estimated. So the street costs actually came in lower than the utility costs were. And you can see that in the difference in the final project cost of 600 and what was the number here? $601,000 versus, the original contract value was $655,000. And a majority of that difference was the reduced costs in the street components of the project.
Got it. So the city's on the hook for very little money here when it comes down to it. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Yeah, the net total between all the assessments is about $8,200.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion or question? Mr. Resnick?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So the way we have treated this is that the preliminary schedule of assessment was, you would say, not greater than the estimate, right? That the resident will not pay more, has not paid more than the preliminary schedule of assessment, the estimated costs, right? And so when they're preparing for this and you say, this is going to cost you $1,200, we don't want to come back and say, you know what? It's $1,350, right? So is that what we're kind of voting on? Because I would be in favor of not raising what we have these folks preparing to pay.
That is correct. So the preliminary assessment that was sent to the property owners and that was adopted by the mayor and city council is kind of like that's our maximum quote, so to speak. And historically, we've always honored that quote on what your cost would be. In this case, for some of the water and sewer items, the final cost came in a little bit more. So we're honoring what we quoted them in the preliminary assessment.
And Hebe Street is an amazing street, isn't it? I mean, it's Old Town Dubuque, named after a Hebe who was a brewer, and he had it says here he had the largest brewery in Iowa. Imagine that in Dubuque, Iowa, and it was right down there. So he's German, and it's a very interesting historic name, and they just don't make Hebe streets anymore, do they? I mean, it's a very unique place. So I've been up there many times. I have a friend who lives up the hill. It's very park-like. It's very separated from the downtown. It's right there, but lots of big trees, lots of neighbors who get along with each other. They got to share the road, and it's got this super slope on it, which thanks to Public Works to keep that clear during the winter, because that's challenging. But I appreciate what you've done, and I will also plan to support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolutions. Any other discussion? All right, Kenna, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 5, funding recommendation, Sustainable Dubuque Community Grant Program.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolutions.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Director of Sustainability Gina Bell is recommending City Council approve the recommendations of the Resilient Community Advisory Commission regarding Round 33 funding of the Sustainable Dubuque Community Grant Program. The total recommended funding for this round is $14,625, exhausting the fund for the year. 2 applications received only partial funding. The funding is the Arboretum Botanical Gardens for $2,500, Church of the Resurrection for $625, Dubuque Community School District for $2,500, Dubuque Rendezvous for $2,500, Hills and Dales for $2,500, Liberty Recovery for $2,000, and Revolution Farms for $2,000, for a total of $14,625. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Round 33. I don't know if I caught that the first time I read that memo. It's amazing. All right, any other discussion? No? Okay. Well, we have a motion here to receive and file and adopt these resolutions. Krena, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 6 is a development agreement, Linseed Lofts LLC, Second Amendment.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Senior Counsel Barry Lindahl is recommending City Council approval of the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement between the City of Dubuque and Linseed Lofts LLC. The Second Amendment to the Development Agreement is clarifying that Linseed Lofts LLC is now the developer under the Development Agreement. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Motion here is receive and file, adopt this resolution. Krena, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 7 is an ordinance amendment, Division of Revenue in the Dubuque Industrial Center Economic Development District Urban Renewal Area.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Economic Development Director Jill Connors is recommending City Council approval of version 2026.1, the amended and restated urban renewal plan, and is also recommending that the City Council approve the ordinance attached hereto for the Dubuque Industrial Center Economic Development District. The primary goal of version 2026.1 of the amended and restated plan is to expand the district by creating a new sub-area Y. The expansion of the district is necessary to encourage future development of the land in sub-area Y. The proposed sub-area Y consists of one parcel of land which is currently undeveloped. The proposed sub-area Y exists within the Dubuque Industrial Center West Industrial Park on Chavanel Road. However, the privately owned land has never been included in the Dubuque Industrial Center urban renewal area. Including sub-area Y in the urban renewal area will allow for and encourage future development of the land. City staff have been approached by a private developer regarding a potential industrial project on this property. Adding the property to the urban renewal area would make financial incentives available if a development agreement is ultimately reached. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. All right, do we have any discussion? Okay. Seeing and hearing none. Our motion here is to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. So, Krena, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion and a second. Krena, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 8 is fiscal year 2027 City Council budget questions. And I see a note here from Assistant City Clerk Trish Gleason that some public input has been received, and it does not note whether it's been attached or not. Yes, it's been attached to the agenda.
Thank you, Krena.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and discuss.
Second.
Motion by Resnick and a second by Wethel. So my thought on this, and I appreciate that we are taking a little bit of time to talk about this tonight so we can do what we need to, and then we obviously have a couple more nights to finish out the public hearings on the budget themselves, and then next week we have set the public hearing for the final budget discussion. But my thought is we've actually held officially, according to our rules that we've set as a council, we've actually held 2 items for separate discussion. I think we should cover those items first, and then the rest of the things that we kind of talked about that we wanted more information on, that were more informational, we can talk about those second, and then if we want to hold anything else back, we can make that proposal to each other and figure that out. Does that make sense if we do it that way? Okay. So the projection calculations was the first thing that we have decided to hold, and not in that order, but that's what I wrote down first. So I think we can cover that first. Mr. Leindecker, you were the one who initially proposed this. So I'd like to throw it to you if you have something you'd like to talk about a little bit more, and then we can discuss it again.
Yeah, Mr. Staver actually was the one that initially brought it up about just
Oh, my apologies.
how do we budget appropriately. I continued the discussion and questions on it and relate to the expansion, specifically the multifamily expansion that we're seeing in the community, and how do we, or should we take that into account in terms of a budgeting process? So that was kind of where the question was raised.
So as we sit with this now, is there a proposal on the table for how we would do this differently, or are we more comfortable with where we are, as we've gone through more of the process since we've held this back? Just from either Mr. Leindecker or Mr. Staver, since you brought this up first, anything that you have to suggest in this at this point? Is this something we should continue to hold, or can this fall off that list?
I mean, based on the information that was compiled from Jennifer Larson in the memo, with ultimately utilization not increasing, but overall fees increasing, part of the enterprise fund. I mean, I don't think I think it's too soon to tell if, to budget an increase based on just overall population trends that we're seeing. So I think I appreciate the kind of looking at the history and what maybe has occurred and that's been outlined in this memo. So that's my stance.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I'm okay with it dropping off.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that mindset on this, because, it was interesting to see, for instance, that, it's not automatic that you're going to see an increase in the usage of some of these utilities, water and sewer in particular, if you have an increase in places where people are living. So it is, based on just the way people are using water and things like that. But then also, even just the idea that, we do expect, I think, our population to increase. We really want it to, but we aren't quite there yet. So I wouldn't feel as comfortable making that projection either. Potentially as comfortable as, for instance, our city manager feels in making a projection of what the DRA projections are going to be. I'm much more comfortable with that idea than I am with the idea of trying to guess population increase over the next year's time. But it will be interesting to learn a little bit more about this as it goes forward, because I do think this is a discussion that would be useful to restart in next year's budget discussions, depending on how things are looking and if we're seeing some major climbs in population and that type of thing. Go ahead, Mike.
So if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, there's one paragraph in this entire memo that I think encapsulates the issue, and maybe that would be beneficial for the public if I just read that one paragraph.
Sure, please.
It says, customers are more water efficient than ever. Modern fixtures and appliances reduce indoor use, and many residents are choosing to conserve. As a result, even with more customers, overall consumption often grows slowly or even declines. Weather has a major effect on water use. Dry summers increase lawn watering, while wet summers drastically reduce it. This volatility makes it risky to rely on residential outdoor usage to meet revenue needs. A significant portion of growth is in multifamily units or homes on smaller lots, both of which use less water than traditional single-family homes with large yards. So now that's out of a 2-page detailed memo, but I think that one paragraph sort of encapsulates the issue and why we look at the prior year's use to try and determine what we project for the next year. And of course, we have no control over the weather.
Right, yeah. Thanks for that. I think that was helpful to read that out loud. Thanks, Mike. All right, so am I hearing consensus that this is no longer on the list for separate discussion as something that would affect the budget in the end? Okay, I'm seeing heads shaking, so generally we're all in agreement. Okay, all right. Then the only other issue that we've actually held for separate discussion was brought up by Mr. Resnick, and it was the reserves policy and the fiscal year 27 amount that we were suggesting to put into reserves. So, Mr. Resnick, I'll give you the floor.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. First of all, I have been a long time proponent of a higher reserve level. It has gotten us so many things, including a better bond rating. So, but of course, another concern that I have, that was a concern, but I also did not want to raise the tax rate for our citizens. This is a tough year. And the reserve level, I mean, the reserve is a non-recurring fund. I don't want to put us behind the 8 ball in future years. And I am satisfied with the approval tonight of the revised tax rate, which keeps it at our current tax rate. So as far as I'm concerned, I will learn more about the formula and other types of things that I'm interested in learning about as far as how do we get the reserve rate, what is it based on, et cetera. It doesn't have to be a part of this budget as far as I'm concerned, because I will educate myself over the next year. But I think what I wanted to accomplish has been done tonight by this revised tax ask. So I'm able to say that I would be willing to let that fall away.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Resnick. Other thoughts on this? Mr.
Yeah,
Staver?
I think I agree with Mr. Resnick in that, I think with the revised tax rate, we don't need to make this process any longer than it is, and I think we'll learn about this when we need. So
yeah,
I'd be in agreement to drop it off.
Okay. I will point out, I do think that the memo that we got here from Jenny Larson is actually incredibly helpful in learning a lot about why the suggestion from staff is to keep our reserve rate around 27%. The bond rating alone is, that discussion, and how it's not just that we made this decision because we felt like it. We made this decision over a number of years, or I shouldn't say we, the staff has basically instructed the city council here with the budget to do this over a number of years based on several changes that Moody's has made. So I do think that that's really informative in this memo, and I hope that this is something that we can remember, but then also that the public will be able to read and see as to why we're suggesting that rather than 25%, we keep it at 27%. And it also, frankly, gives us an argument, because I was one of the things I was surprised in the property tax legislation that the legislature was proposing. One of the things I was very surprised to see was an actual limitation on the reserves for cities in the state of Iowa. And originally when that came out, it was at 20%, if I'm not mistaken. That was the original proposal, far too low. And we were able to educate both the governor's office and the legislature on this, particularly in the House, to be able to let them know there's a reason why our ideas of how we save money matter and what that means for us as a city and as a local government. And I don't think that in the beginning, I'm not so sure that our state partners were fully aware of that. So I think it's been a good discussion this year. So I think that's been helpful. But for us, it sure looks to me like 27% is the number. And you're right, we don't have to make that decision tonight. But it sure looks to me like that's what we should expect going forward. And as we talk about this, if we're going to set a policy to do that, it might be useful in the year ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you bring up the state legislation, because my recollection, the state modified that number to 35%.
That's correct.
So they're even saying communities could have more than we're suggesting. They're not saying you have to have 35%. They're saying that's the cap.
Correct.
But it is a greater amount. And the other thing is, and I don't think Jennifer mentioned it in her memo, but I should have thought of this. It was probably 20 years ago where we let our reserves, we used our reserves for very good purposes. And what happened was we got a Moody's bond downgrade. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you, there were a lot of people in the community that were very, very upset about that, because they took it as an outside agency saying, wait a minute, is your community, using the resources they have in a prudent manner? And it's nice to have an outside agency that a few years ago, upgraded our bond rating, not downgraded it, and it has been reaffirmed since then. So I'll just tell you, that feels a lot better than that year we got that downgrade. That did not feel good at all.
Yeah, yep. All right. So am I hearing agreement that we can pull this off the list as well, as far as holding it for separate discussion and okay, excellent. So we have no things, as of right now, held for separate look for the final budget decision. So there are some other memos attached here. These are some questions, specifically, again, Mr. Leindecker, I think you brought this stuff up the other day. I'm going to go in order, if that's the easiest here, and we can just kind of talk about those. I'm still on action item number 8 here. I'm looking at the document entitled Distribution of Property Tax by Class of Property, and we have a memo here from Jennifer Larson. Do we have any questions or discussions specific to this topic?
Well, I think it's all been resolved with the new tax rates.
Yep, okay. All right, so nothing on this one? Okay, then I'll move on. Next up is the administrative overhead explanation. So this one I think we should probably sit with for a few minutes because there have been a lot of comments and discussion about this. Honestly, I appreciated, I believe it was, sorry, I want to get the name right. I believe it was Mike that was here talking about this, today. And I appreciated the tenor of his discussion, really being more curious about what the policy of the city is, wanting to know more about that, and providing us with some of his expertise as a professional. So I think in a lot of ways, so one thing I would say, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but we have a policy. It is stated in our residence guide. One of the things that was pointed out in this memo is that we have been through audits on an annual basis. Then auditors have had no concerns with this. Am I correct about that? Jenny's shaking her head yes. So the auditors have never provided us with any concerns that they have of the way that we use administrative overhead recharge. We have not had any issues from any other office. Actually, the other issue I was thinking of is it hasn't been a factor for our bond rating either as we've gone through things. So Moody's has not looked at and said this is something you shouldn't be doing or this is something that is a problem. Those things stick out to me because, as much as I appreciate that we should have more of a conversation about this, and we've kind of already agreed to do that.
And the legal concerns have been satisfied.
And no legal concerns. Thank you for that addition, Mr. Resnick. We also haven't had any legal concerns about this, right, Krenna? About this administrative overheads? Nobody's ever?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, yeah. So that tells me a lot. Now, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a further conversation about, is there something better? Because what I will say is one thing that wasn't in this memo that I wouldn't mind learning about in the year ahead is what is it that other cities do? How does it look in other cities, especially in Iowa? So if we compare ourselves to the places we always compare ourselves to, what are they doing and how is our policy different than that? It'd be interesting to learn that, and we don't have that in here. But I do think it would be a good thing for us to revisit in the year ahead. So that's my opinion at the moment, but I'm happy to open it up for any discussion on this. Yeah, Ms. Wethel.
So although I didn't dive into each city's individual policy, I did what I could to learn a little bit about what other cities in the state of Iowa use enterprise funds for administrative overhead recharge. Those cities the larger ones that I pulled up, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Sioux City, Urbandale, Waterloo, Ames, Davenport, Decorah, Coralville. So a number of cities do what we do. Now, how they do it, I didn't dig into regarding how they make the decision of how they utilize enterprise funds for the administrative overhead recharge. And so certainly I'm always interested to learn if there's ways that we could do that make sense beyond what we're doing now. So I'm open to learning about it, but I was, made me very comfortable to see that a number of other cities in the state of Iowa do what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you what we thought of when we approved this, and we thought long and hard about it, and we can do it again. I hope, as you do, that this doesn't come between us and approving a budget. The city of Dubuque is a very successful city. There are many good reasons for that. We're financially sound. We have financial strength here. We take all these financial questions very seriously, so we can look at them again. But so I'm on the landfill board. Sometimes we use more legal services. Some years we use less. Some years we're always asking the financial department to give us recommendations and to reach out. And sometimes we don't have work that includes that. So one of the things we did is we took and knowing that, the same with all the enterprise departments, you know, they have that same way. But we need to have some kind of, I mean, we have 5-year plans for water. You know, what are the rates going to be in 5 years for the sewer service, for other enterprise zones? We have a 5-year plan. So let residents know, you know, what's going on and where it's going and why. So I don't like irregular order. I don't like saying, you know, well, let's try one thing one year and another thing another year. It's been very successful for us. That doesn't mean we always want to do it. But let's look it over and not think badly of something because, you know, because it could be different. And yes, absolutely. But it's worked very well. For me personally, I think the water department needs to pay for the water. And the citizens need to pay for water. If they use it, they should pay for it. Just like these other enterprise zones, they should be self-fulfilling, the landfill. We have rates that have to pay all our bills. And some of the bills are lawyer bills and finance bills and other bills that the city supplies. So, I mean, again, sometimes more, sometimes less. It's planned in our budget. We've got to last 100 years out there, right? So we need steady as she goes. And that's the system that we have done. And of course, I'm willing to look at what other cities do. It's got to be a lot better to change, though, because, again, it took us 5 years at least to get this other system going. And the idea of fairness is always an opinion with people, but we try to be fair in that, you know, we looked at it and tried to be steady and tried to be fair as possible to all of the citizens, knowing that, again, the water department has to pay for the water. We're just paying our bills, and I know Dubuque citizens are all about, you know, we need to pay our bills. We don't want to go, you know, be off on that. So this is how it was achieved, and it was really good. It's been great, and yes, there are other ways to do it, and I'm open for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Landecker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree with all the comments that have been made in terms of how, you know, look at seeing what other cities are doing. And as Mr. Resnick said, it's you know, if there is a better way, it's got to be a lot better way to make that change. I think one thing that I think gets a lot of attention on this specifically is, you know, especially this year, in my opinion, is the enterprise funds and the increase in costs overall. So that's something I think, you know, just there's more questions, more dialogue that's occurred because of that. I think people are wondering, you know, where those funds get allocated to, where are they going? And so I think this process has been, I think, very educational for not only myself, but I think all the residents who have questions on how this is done. And so, you know, I will say just because we've done it one way historically doesn't mean it's the best way. So I appreciate the kind of opportunity to look at seeing how other cities are doing it and if there is a better way. So thank you.
Well, and just to go off of what you just said about the fees increasing too, you know, I do think that we've offered a very clear explanation as to what is going on with each of the enterprise funds that the fees are going up. There's, you know, we had those presentations. We talked about the projects that are there. We talked about the big things that need to get done. So I do think that there is a reason. So I'm hoping that people are able to recognize that too, that this, I don't think that this is the cost driver for what is happening there. I think the cost driver is, for sewer, for example, is major sewer infrastructure projects. So I think that's something to be noted in this discussion as well. Thank you for that. Yeah, Ms. Rousseau?
I had a comment in that, you know, the policy, you can take this document and clearly take this number and go to the policy book for each of those enterprise funds and transfer this number in to see how it flows and then look at the percentage of what is really the administrative cost for each of those enterprise funds. And I guess my question for you, Mike, would be, each of our enterprise funds now have their own bond rating. Is that correct? Are they reviewed? And so, with that question, it would be, this is the kind of thing that would be looked at as an outside party looks at not only our city as a whole, but each of our enterprise funds.
Jennifer Larson, Chief Financial Officer. So not all the enterprise funds are rated individually. The water fund does have revenue bonds that were issued on the open market, so they do have a separate rating. But generally, in the past, we had issued general obligation bonds on the open market, backed by the full faith and credit of the city of Dubuque. And more recently, recently, as in the last 10 years, we've been issuing SRF loans, so the state revolving fund loans, which aren't required to be rated. But the city has, our AA2 general obligation bond rating for the entire city.
And Jennifer, wasn't our rating increased several years ago?
Yes, at the same time as the general obligation.
Yeah, so we've also experienced an improvement in our water bonds rating, which is the only other one we have besides our general obligation ones.
I would say, though, when we are rated by Moody's Investor Services, they do look at all of our enterprise funds as part of that rating, so.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I would just add that I think it's worth taking another look at, just seems like the public is asking for that. I think it's already been said that, we have something that works, but if we can find something that works better by looking at other, communities, so I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Staver. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that's pretty much what I was going to say. It sounds like the consensus is we'll get more information over the next year so that next year's budget process, if you want to make any decisions about changing the methodology, that you can do it. The one thing I'm going to encourage you to keep in mind is we implemented this over, let me think here a minute, almost 15 years. And so any changes that the council decides to make, if they do decide to make any changes, starting next fiscal year, they also should be implemented over many years. So for instance, if it was some kind of shift from some of the enterprise funds, let's say to the general fund ought to pay more. Okay, but that probably shouldn't be 1 year because could be a dramatic shift in the property tax rate that I don't think anybody wants to see.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, and I think, so I am hearing that we're going to continue this conversation, which is great, but I want to make sure that it's really, really clear, and I point this out as we close out this part of the discussion. I don't want anybody in the public to walk away from this discussion thinking that somehow, in some way, some of these things are happening in darkness, that there's absolutely other eyes looking at the City of Dubuque budget that have given us the confidence that what we're doing is in keeping with sound financial practices and obviously legal. It's financially stable. We've got audits. We've got bond ratings that indicate this. We have definite evidence that shows us that our budget has been reviewed by others outside of our community in a professional manner and is seen as being sound. I just want to make sure that that's clear because I don't want anybody to walk away saying that we're not doing something that we should be doing because these things are not happening appropriately. The evidence we have right now is that things are happening appropriately. What we're saying right now is that there might be a better way to do it. So why don't we look at a better way to do it and see if there is possibly one. So that's the agreement that we've had as a city council, but it doesn't mean that there's something else going on that people need to be worried about. I think that this is definitely something that is, we've got good evidence that says we've got financially sound practices in place here. Okay, I'm going to move on then. We've got two more items on this list. The first is the Eagle Point Park Master Plan budget request. So we have a staff memo regarding this, basically outlines the reason for this and why this is a part of the discussion. So I'll be happy to just open it up for any other questions we have about this. Mr. Landecker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I was the one that brought this up, so I'll talk first here, so I appreciate it. And I appreciate this memo. My only thought is, you know, I think we do a lot of plans and studies and consultant fees throughout the year. I think since I've been on council, we're up to 400,000 already. And so anywhere we can look to save money, utilizing the expertise and the staff that we have, was kind of the crux of the question is, you know, is there a different way, again, is there a different way to do it than what we have been doing? So, you know, at the end of the day, I'll, you know, of course, trust our staff that we have in place and what their recommendations are. And it's, I think hopefully we can find some areas that we can utilize our staff expertise going forward. And I will say our tremendous community that we have. I think we've got a lot of talented individuals and in turn a lot of talented companies that can help us in these various areas. So it'd be great to get their opinions and get them around the table to help us in matters like this.
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate it. This might not be the area to bring this up, but there's a lot of discussion last week too, just in various meetings that I was in about the colleges and you know, what we have as resources within the various different higher education institutions here and how we could more utilize that as a city in some of these things. I'm not so sure this would be in keeping with that. I don't think we have like planning programs or things like city planning programs, I think, in any of those institutions, but it is something just to think about. You know, could we have more local talent in what you just, you know, as you just described, in a way that we do these things? So I can understand that, and I think it's a good suggestion, actually. All right. Anything further on this one? Okay, then we'll move on to the last one, which is the greenhouse. So we received a memo here. We did get a little bit later today, and it is pretty long, but it's very detailed, so it describes a lot about, there's a lot of charts and different things in there that talk about, you know, what the greenhouse is and why we have it, how it is. In my interpretation here is the greenhouse is a building. The horticulture services that are provided by the city of Dubuque staff are very extensive, and we have a number of different full-time employees that work on this. It was mentioned already by a couple people who provided public input, the places where that occurs, what that means to the city. We had one resident tonight who essentially asked for more of it, you know, just so I think those are some of the things that we're hearing in this discussion. Obviously, there's a price tag that comes along with this, so I think that's part of what this discussion is about, but also there's a lot of detailed information in here that I would encourage everybody to look at. But I'll stop there and see if there's anybody else that wants to. Mr. Resnick.
Well, I've just talked about Dubuque being a financially strong city. And I know that since I've been on the council, we've been talking about how do we brand ourselves? How are we different than other cities? And that's really important because we are competing. A gentleman came up earlier and said that he chose Dubuque for certain reasons. One is that we're a beautiful city. And I tell you what, the residents love it as much as the visitors. And I, like some more public input tonight, remember when we did not do the original plan on Grandview. It was, you know, a lot of people are upset because we are a beautiful city. Our residents love that. And several times I've called Dubuque the most beautiful city on the Mississippi River. And it is. And one of the reasons is we want it that way. You know, we have a lot of natural beauty, but, you know, but we do work to do it. And there's a lot of, you know, when I first moved to Dubuque, my wife was like saying, every part of Dubuque is beautiful. We're trying to find a place where we wanted to live. And from the town I used to be at, there were some definite differences between sections of town. But everybody, and it wasn't that the city was doing it, it was our residents doing the best they can with their property to really shine it up. And we were impressed with that and our little kids, you know, where it was made it challenging because there were so many great looking neighborhoods around here. And so I think that's part of who we are. I think that we want to, it's so important to our brand, I'll say a brand, it's part of who we are, who we say we are, that we need to have control, more control, and really make it happen. You know, I understand how we could do it with, less expensively, perhaps. It would not be better than what we're doing now, that's for sure. In a great year, it might be close to how we do it. But for consistency, for every year, we say, come to Dubuque, it's going to be beautiful, share this beautiful place with us. And, and it doesn't disappoint. So many, even the citizens, their yards, just drive through Dubuque, and then you go downtown and you're like, what is this? This is amazing. So I do think that investment is worth it. We have a lot of people, staff who work hard, and you can see them. And every year, even though it's beautiful, I'm still stunned by these baskets and things. It's like, I can't believe I live in a city like this. It's so fabulous. Anyway, that's my long-winded way to say I would like us to keep that greenhouse. It's well worth it. People spend millions of dollars to try to differentiate themselves. We have the river and we have beauty. Doesn't get better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wethel.
We walked away from last year's budget believing that our community was advocating for maintenance and beautification, specifically as it relates to Eagle Point Park. And so that was a message that was driven home to me. I received a lot of feedback on that last year as far as beautification, Eagle Point Park, maintenance, let's get it done. And so I think it's unfortunate that we can see on page 10 of the memo that was provided that we break it down as far as costs, and it breaks it down even to greenhouse IPERs, okay? So we're talking about a greenhouse is not just the building. So I had a lot of people that sent emails that said $655,000 is ridiculous for a greenhouse. But it's not a greenhouse. It's the staff who maintenance the plants throughout the city, who do the work not just to grow the plants in a greenhouse. They are out doing that beautification and maintenance and upkeep that we are so demanding, as we were demanding last year, that must be done to maintenance our beautiful parks. So I hope that this provides a context for individuals who emailed me and said, a greenhouse shouldn't cost $655,000. It doesn't. When you break it down into the specifics of what that amount is, just to review, full-time staff, temporary staff, special pay sick leave, FICA, IPERs, health insurance, life insurance, workers' comp, unemployment comp, uniform allowance, physical education reimbursement, building maintenance, electricity, natural gas, yes, but insurance for liability, telecommunications, technical services, equipment management, landscaping equipment, and vehicles. So it's not just a greenhouse, and I hope people now can appreciate that very specific, systematic outline of what that amount was. And if people have further questions, I really welcome it. I mean, I've learned a lot through the process of the greenhouse. It's the first time I had ever gotten to go, so I really appreciated the opportunity when I asked to, but I learned a lot about what they do, how they do it, and honestly, how they save us money. I don't know how else to say it. So I'm really supportive of our staff and our horticulture services, which I think is a better way to identify them as an organization. Thank you.
Ms. Russell.
Thanks. It's been great to have so many people come to the podium and send us emails about the fact that they appreciate the beauty and the maintenance work that our greenhouse staff does. And I want to be careful as Ms. Wethel described, that we can't take all of the costs for everything they do and apply it to one product, that being the plants that they produce. That doesn't make sense. If you're a gardener, you know that it's going to be cheaper to grow your own plants from seed than to go to the store and buy a full-grown plant. I'm in full support of the greenhouse and all that they do throughout the community and that big, long list of the areas that they keep maintained so well for us. But the last thing I would add is that when possible, I'd like to see us add native perennials whenever we can. I realize that sometimes annuals have those bright, great, wonderful colors, but if we're careful, I think we can make some selections on native perennials that we can plant once and then continue to care for and make sure that they grow and look wonderful. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Any other discussion on this item? Yeah, Mr. Landick.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think, in terms of my questions that I've asked on this topic, and just to be clear, is I do think that Dubuque is a beautiful place to live and be, and it's wonderful to be right on the Mississippi, one of the greatest natural resources that we have. And so I think that where I was coming from on the questions is there a way that we could save money by outsourcing the plants, right? And so I think this process has allowed us to understand better what the staff does, what the greenhouse does. And I appreciate Tammy coming up here and making comments about her experiences up in Green Bay and then coming back to Dubuque. And what I was thinking about in this memo before she even came up is, all right, so how do we do, if we were to outsource our plant purchasing versus growing on our own, we'd still have the same cost. So how do we do more with what we have, kind of to Tammy's point, on making this more beautiful and creating a better beautification across the city? I don't know what that is, but is there a way we can increase, one thought is there a way we can increase our plant production, our flower production, and if we don't consume them, maybe we sell them, right? Or something like that. I don't know, but it seems like after I read this, I started to ask the question, is there capacity potentially with the staff that we have there? So but I appreciate again the level of detail and information here. I think it was very informative for everyone, so.
Thanks. Well, I for one think this whole discussion that we're having here, especially how we're holding things and being able to talk about it, I think it's been a super healthy discussion to be able to have. I really appreciate that we are bringing these things forward and obviously taking, all this, most of it is driven from community input, so we're taking that input, putting the staff to work to make sure that they give us the details we need so that we can all learn what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so far what I'm hearing is that we are learning a lot. There are still some questions that sit out there. Could we do things a little bit better? Could we do this a little bit differently? Some of those might turn into goals and priorities in the year ahead. Some of them might not. I think some of them might affect our budget discussion next year going forward. But as of right now, I'm not hearing we hold anything else back. There's nothing else we want to cut. Obviously, nothing else we want to add. This is not an addition year from what I'm understanding, if I could summarize that correctly. But for right now, we're kind of where we are and ready to have some more public hearings in the next couple of nights on the rest of the budget that we need to talk about, and then obviously have that budget to pass on Tuesday. So this isn't the end of any discussion. This is just a next step in it, but I do appreciate that we took this time during a regular meeting to do this. I think it was very helpful to have a little extra time and go into a little more in-depth discussion, so thanks to everybody for that. All right, we have a motion to receive and file and have that discussion we just had. So, Krenna, would you call that roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 9 is video tour of the Dubuque County 911 Emergency Communications Center.
Mr. Mayor,
Resnick.
I move to receive and file and view the video.
Second.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Roussel. We can roll the video, please, Eric.
We are inside the new state-of-the-art 911 center for Dubuque County. We answer all of the 911 and non-emergency calls for all of Dubuque County. And then we dispatch Dubuque City Police, Dubuque County Sheriff's Office, all of our small towns in Dubuque County. We dispatch their police departments. And then we also dispatch Dubuque Fire, and then all of the small town agencies that have fire and EMS agents, we dispatch those as well. Everyone on the floor can answer the phone. There's not a specific person that's answering phones. And then they all kind of take turns of what radio they're working. One may be working a county radio, city police radio, and then another dispatcher will work the fire radios.
So when we answer a call, try to get a basic idea of what's going on with them and what they're calling about. As soon as we know whether it's a fire call, a medical call, or a call where law enforcement will be responding, we have software that launches and gives us the appropriate line of questioning for whatever they could be going through. It helps us decide who is going to be the appropriate response to send to the person who's needing our help.
We have overall over about 5,000 square footage. We have currently 8 councils with the ability to expand another 8 for a total of 16 if needed. We also have a conference room out here that's very roomy. We can do online trainings, we can do in-person trainings, meetings. We also have our backup center located right here. They have a nice break space. We have tons of natural light and windows, which we've never had. And then the supervisors that are on the floor also have some extra office space right off the floor to be able to have one-on-one meetings with staff or do any paperwork that they might need to catch up on. We've upgraded everything from where it was to where we are now. And that's all the way from the phones and radios to the computers. They can stand if they choose to stand, they can sit, there's heaters on the desks, there's fans on the desk. They're here for 12-hour shifts, so we want to try and make it as comfortable for them as we can. Everybody will need 911 at some point in their life. And having the best, highly trained dispatchers is top-notch for me, because our dispatchers take pride in their job. They do a lot of ongoing trainings and trying to better themselves.
The job itself is the best job ever. It's a great place to work. We love what we do. We love, I think, coming here. It's really nice to have our own place.
Wow, I'm so glad that that video was made. And I'm really happy to see what we just saw there. You know, there aren't too many things that make me happier than what we've all been able to accomplish with moving 911 communications to where we moved them out on the Bright Minds campus. The closet they were in before, I mean, just to have the natural light and the space to be able to move around, this is so much better. So thank you to everybody who was involved in that. And obviously, thank you so much to our dispatchers for everything that they do. As they said, everyone will need 911 at some point in their life. That's an interesting thing to think about. All right, well, motion here was to watch that, or receive and file, sorry, watch that video. Crenna, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Lyon Ticker.
Aye.
Roussel. Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Got to tell you, I'm a little bit impressed. We've made it just past 9:30 with an agenda that long, so congratulations, everybody. Well, we do have council member reports coming up here, and then we've got a closed session yet, so do we have any reports outside of the many hours we've spent together in the last 2 weeks? Ms. Wethel.
I'll be quick. Local News Day at the TH was on April 9th, and they welcome people in to celebrate local news and what our local paper means to us. And so especially, I think, all of us understand that our local news makes a difference in helping our residents to really understand not just their city government, but their community. So great day to celebrate, and they had donuts. Area Substance Abuse Council, or ASAC luncheon, I attended on the 16th at Convivium Urban Farmstead, and a lot of information about how we have services in the community and regionally to serve those with substance use issues, and brave individual, Allie, who got up and spoke about her story. So very moving, very impressive, and grateful for their work.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Well, the only thing I'll say is we have an international film festival in the city of Dubuque, and it's a week long this year. It started on Saturday. It goes till Saturday. Please get a chance. If you don't have time to go to a movie, just go hang out downtown with some of the filmmakers who are here and ask them what they think of Dubuque. It's a really fun answer that you get. It really is. It's a really incredible film festival. The filmmakers and the actors and everybody involved just absolutely love it. And if you get a chance as a person from Dubuque, a Dubuque resident, to go and see that, it's a pretty cool experience. So I encourage everybody to go. All right, we have a closed session. Take a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wethel.
I move that we go into closed session as, closed session with accordance of Chapter 21.51CJ Code of Iowa for pending litigation and purchase or sale of real estate.
Second by Leindecker.
All right, got a motion by Wethel, second by Leindecker. For the record, the attorney the city council will consult with on the issues to be discussed in closed session is City Attorney Crenna Brumwell. Crenna, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel. Wethel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Resnick.
That motion passes 7-0. We are in closed session.